Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Saytal. It's Saturday. It is Saytal Day. It is the best day of the week. Every Saturday, we are here for Saytal, 1400 and 1700 Zulu, and today is a Gold League Brawl Day. The gloves come off every time we go into Gold League. It is JG78 against InSky and the number 15 versus 36 Stormo. We're not going to be watching the Diamond League matchup between 104th and, 36th today, because we haven't seen Gold League in a while, so we're going to focus on Gold League. But I'm joined, as always, by my co-host, Billy Watt Merlin. Billy, how you doing today?
I'm not doing too bad. Running a little low on sleep from all this Viper flying, but you know what? I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do this. Let's watch some fight.
I'm ready to go, too. I mean, for anybody that has been living under a rock, yeah, guys, I'm aware that my voice does not match my mouth. I have not fixed it because I've been working on attempting to fix and get the multicam set up. So, guys, you're just gonna have to deal with it for a minute as my voice doesn't match up. But today we got Gold League. Viper came out. There's no Viper today because the damage model in the Viper is messed up.
Comical at best.
Yeah, non-existent, I think, is the better way to put it.
Right.
It doesn't exist, unfortunately.
Well, it seems like they got that new damage model coming soon, so my guess is that's all being tucked away for that rollout and whatnot. So maybe we'll get a nice Viper damage model with the new stuff going, which looks like it could be pretty cool.
That would be nice. But since these guys are already taxiing, let's jump in and see how these guys are getting on, what everybody's flying. And if you guys haven't checked it already, the multicams are up today. They exist. It has happened. They are live. So if you guys want to check them out, this is what's going on. So you got cams. I'm posting the links here, and then you got multi-stream. So those are the links that you guys need to worry about. You can watch the streams individually if you want to, or you can go to multistream.am and watch them all together. You guys have tons of options on layouts, how you guys want to view everything, but it's starting. So you guys are going to be able to watch these three pilots. I just picked them at random today. We're in the testing phase. I've only got 3 going right now, but I think it's actually pretty cool to watch these guys dedicated streams. I was doing some stuff yesterday with on Growling Sidewinder, and it's just really cool to be able to follow along with these guys and see how everybody, have these dedicated streams and be able to follow along with people indefinitely, because there's a lot of stuff we miss in the mainstream. So that's what's going on. But let's jump in, see how these guys are going to get on, what everybody's flying, what everybody's taking, and who is flying. Billy, you ready? I'm ready.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do this. So let's see how these guys are getting it going. So again, InSky versus JG78. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a pretty big NATO smash fest coming in here.
I'm seeing a J11 in there, but it certainly looks like a
did?
lot of NATO airframes right now. InSky running one J11 from the looks of it.
Yeah, so we've got 2 F-18s, one on either side, a lot of F-15s, and then a singleton J-11 being piloted by 1976. So let's go through who's flying. We have Streak and an F-18 for JG78. Kelly, do you know how to pronounce that? Keule?
For JG78, you said?
Yeah.
Fuel?
Fuel. Maybe.
Fuel.
Fuel, Flash, and Diesel in an F-15, and then InSky 1981 in an F-18, and then 1979 and 1973 in F-15s, and 1976 in a J-11. All right. How it's reversed? Moltar's image is reversed. Not sure what you mean. These guys are getting their taxi on. We're going to watch InSky depart this time. Do you have any predictions, Billy, on how this is going to go down?
My guess is going to be things are going to be fast and furious as they normally are when we watch a Gold League match. But then again, we've seen a few that have kind of bucked the curve in regards to that, so you never know. But once again, I think it really is going to depend on In-Sky being closer to those mountains at Kashab, do they want to take it feet dry, hold in that area right there and utilize that terrain, or do we see things get dragged a little bit more feet wet here? That's usually one thing I like to kind of look at in the beginning here is where is this fight going to end up taking place at? Who's going to try to control what territory?
Right. Well, what Billy's talking about is the Bandar versus the Southern Airfield fights. There's a couple, like Abu Dhabi and Al Ain and Al Dhafra. There's several of them in here. But what he's talking about is this area right here over Bullseye. So teams typically fight over feet wet. Sometimes they like to drag into the mountains, but we're going to have to see how these teams want to get started and where everything wants to go. So just things to think about. Billy, do you have any predictions on where this is going to go?
I mean, I don't know if I've watched the In-Sky Gold team fly before, but I can imagine that they probably, train with the Diamond League team and fight in a similar manner. So I think we can expect organized and very formation-minded tactics. I think we can agree from the In-Sky team.
Right.
JG78, I'm struggling to remember. I know I recently watched them fly, but I'm struggling to remember the exact match. I want to say they came out and did pretty good, but I may be wrong in remembering the last match of theirs I watched. I don't know. It's difficult to say. I really don't know who's going to try, who wants to fight where in this. So it's difficult to say right now, but I think if In-Sky comes out and flies the way they normally do, it's going to require JG78 to really kind of dig down deep and get something to kind of, pull together some sort of plan that's going to be able to defeat what we normally see out of In-Sky.
Right. Looks like these guys evidently gave their own go instead of waiting for me to do it. But that's okay. So In-Sky and JG78 are underway. Do you have any predictions on how this is going to go down? I mean, In-Sky... Let me check the standings right now. How this is
I just had it up.
Shaping up. So In-Sky right now
decent third place in Group A.
Is ranked third, and JG78 is ranked fifth. So this is a big matchup. It actually is a really big matchup because only 4 teams from each group advance.
And In-Sky with almost a full point higher on their kill-to-death ratio, so that's noteworthy as well in these matches.
That
tends
definitely
to be
is
a decent indicator of things right there.
Well, it's not only just an indicator; it can be it's a tiebreaker as well. So that's something that needs to be considered.
Interesting. It's always good to keep in mind there. And when a lot of these matches boil down to the fuel and that type of stuff, and not sending people back and all that type of stuff, it does play into the strategy there, that kill death ratio. So sending home as many airframes as possible behooves every team out there. I think we can all agree, right?
But again, do you have any I asked initially about predictions. Do you have any predictions about who's going to come out on top?
Once again, I'm reluctant to pick one team over the other in this one, just based upon how little I've seen of these exact groups fly. But I'll go ahead and say my money's probably going to be on In-Sky in this one, just based upon what I've seen in the past.
Yeah, that makes sense. But JG78, I mean, this is a big matchup for them. I mean, like we just said, if they lose, they're in a bit of trouble. I mean, there is some separation between them and the lower teams like 36 and Tiger Mercs. But if they lose, it just makes it more difficult for them to hop into 4th place.
Well, they're the only team right now in the A group that is at 500. So the loss here sinks them below the 500 mark, and basically puts In-Sky up there even further, and creates, the number 15 Battle Axe is also at 500 there. So it kind of just pushes them down into the lower portion of Group A. And when you look at the other groups, the amount of teams over 500 is pretty much right all in around the same same line there. You know, the first 4 teams for most of the groups seem to be all over 500. So I'm assuming once we get down close to the playoffs, staying above that mark there is going to be pretty important for things.
Real quick, I'm seeing some mixed reviews on the dedicated cam. Some people are saying they're delayed, some people aren't. I mean, what's everybody's foray into this? Is it delayed for everybody? Is it not delayed? What's the deal going on? What are people's, experiences so far that we've had these going in? Obviously, the fighting hasn't started yet, but what is everybody's feelings on the multicams so far? I mean, the multicams allow you to see these dedicated pilots, who they are, what their airspeed is, their altitude, their engine percentage, where they are on the map, all that stuff. So just I want to hear your guys' opinions. We haven't gotten into the fighting or the action yet, but I want to know how you guys feel about this so far. Billy, are you watching the multicams?
Yes, I am.
Does it seem delayed to you at all? I know it's kind of hard to tell.
It's a little bit hard for me to tell. I should have looked when they took off and compared it to the server, and that probably would have been a good litmus test.
Delayed. I mean, all of the bandwidth should be pretty good.
It's just tough to tell right now.
The owner bee says 1 second delay. Okay, well that's pretty good.
I'd say that's somewhat negligible considering.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that. So we got this randomly. I'm just changing the topic. We got this J11 flown by 1976. Let's jump to him. Do we think he's going to play any role coming into this? So 1976 is here in his J11. Is he going to be a factor?
Well, right now it looks like InSky heading to set up camp over the northern tip of the peninsula here, just north of Ras Al Khaimah, or Ras Al Khaimah. So if they end up staying over there and they keep JG78 out of that terrain, I feel like that the J11 will be in a pretty good position to get some kills and contribute in this whole thing. Once again, I'm really curious here what InSky is going to do, where they want to kind of set up camp, and are they going to set up with only 4 guys? I don't know if I've ever watched them fly with just 4 in Gold League, so that is something I didn't really think about till just now.
Right.
As we've said before, the formation's a little bit less of a factor in the Gold League when you're down 2 less guys. So curious how InSky's game kind of evolves and changes when playing in this environment versus the Diamond.
Well, and you bring up a good point that the 4v4 versus 6v6 kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. And another part of that is, and I don't mean this in any negative way, is that, a lot of the guys that are coming into Gold League haven't been in a competitive play for a long time. And we saw last year and this year that formation flying in Diamond League has greatly improved. The skill level of the pilots in Diamond League and Gold League over the years drastically improved. And I think as these teams continue to compete at a competitive level, we're going to see that, the brawling kind of transition more into a more concentrated and, what's the word I'm looking for, and deliberate attempt, where the formations are becoming more of a thing, where, tactics are becoming more of a thing. And that a lot of that comes with experience and flying for longer periods and flying more often.
And I think to build on that, I think what really it is you're seeing the decision making goes from impulsive to more strategic. As you see guys learn, as you see these teams develop and get more practice and fly around each other more, you see the brawling do come. And I think that's part of the reason why you don't really see a lot of that in Diamond League, is because those teams have been flying together and a lot of those guys flying for quite some time. So there's not necessarily this gap there that kind of leads to that. It does happen. I think we've seen it enough times for sure. Those breakdowns can occur. But I think for the most part, as you see these teams develop, that stuff goes out the window more, because there is a better feeling of how these things need to kind of go and how it should look.
Well, somebody was asking about the F-14 and data link and some other stuff. Data link is in SATAL. It's E2s, so the F-14 I think, has it. The F-14 is allowed, even though it's got some issues, but it's limited to only 2 AIM-54s, so it is gimped a little bit to deal with a little bit of the issues that exist with the AIM-54 in the current moment with like Magic INS and all that stuff. The F-16 is banned because of its current damage model. It did not add it into the mission. So when that damage model gets fixed, whenever it gets fixed or deployed, we may see it come back in, but in all honesty, it's kind of lacking some features, and with it not having IFF, I don't know how effective it would be in SATAL.
It would seem
Probably
crazy
more harm than
yeah. Like, I just don't think you're solving any problems by bringing that thing out here in any kind of format right now. Beautiful to learn on, no doubt about it. A lot of fun to fly, but just not ready for the competition PvP world yet. But it'll get there, and it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. And I think, honestly, if Wags, if you're listening, please make the tanks jettison soon. Please.
That is true. I was giving people a hard time yesterday in Growling Sidewinder, and then I realized that it's not in there yet. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. But I gotta say though, Billy, that the Viper, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. A lot.
Monster. It is. Once that thing gets to the point where the Hornet is now, per se, I mean, it is going to be an absolute joy to contend with. And down low, I don't think there's much right now that's going to be. Once it gets all its technological, wizardry, I don't think there's much that's going to beat that thing down low. But we're about to get a fight of our own here in just a few moments.
DCS crashed. Why you do this, DCS?
Although it appears only the mainstream, so if people are on the multi-stream, you still can view the other
I'm bringing it
planes
back up right now.
I'll try to keep you guys abreast here. JG78 Steak putting out a 120 at 1979 from InSky. He returns with his own 120, but that looks like it's going at Cool.
Those are long 120s, aren't they?
Very long. I mean, I didn't get the exact range on it, but we're looking at
nautical miles, isn't it?
No. It was probably closer to 10. They're pretty close
we're that
here.
Close already?
Yeah, the two lead planes are about 10 to 12 off when they just shot, so it was within parameters.
Jazzy says Internet's still undefeated. Yeah, Internet and the ground have a really good track record of.
They are. You're not beating either of those guys. Yeah.
No.
That's tough.
No, definitely not. And real quick, while we're waiting for DCS to boot up, Shaikel Ghazi drops 2,222 bits, says, "You absolutely rock, Moltar. You are a legend, and thanks so much for the great features with this stream." Man, we've been waiting on this for a long time.
We really have.
There have been some people that have donated quite a bit to make this thing happen, and it is finally here. And hopefully, it works well. Hopefully, you guys enjoy it. And hopefully, this is a good thing. So I'm back. Mainstream's back up. Let's change the music. ERs and 120s being exchanged. Diesel puts out multiple 120s, and I think that was 1976. Yeah, with the ER coming at him, and 1981 puts the 120 out. So Diesel puts multiple 120s out. I don't really know the point of that.
JG78, an interesting form here. Much more of a single profile column they have kind of going here in a somewhat of a grinder fashion, as where we see InSky a little bit more of their grinder fashion that we're used to seeing them set up. They did choose to take things feet dry over those mountains there. It does appear as if those mountains are being utilized, just looking at some of the elevations here. InSky 1979, does he see that 120? Yeah, he looks like he's starting to evade right now.
And you got to remember that the 120s that are launched from the F-15s, we're so used to flying in F-18s and stuff in public play that when an 120 is launched from an F-15, it's launched typically in TWS. So they don't get the missile warning immediately. So sometimes you think, does he see that? Is he just non-reactive to that missile coming in? But you got to remember, it's launched in TWIS, so he's not going to get the missile warning until that missile goes pitbull.
Indeed, and it looks like JG78 reluctant to go getting themselves in and over those mountains and into that mess right now. It looks like they're doing
discipline.
a pretty... Yep. Yeah, I was
going
to say, doing a good job there, not getting dragged into those mountains and coming back, regrouping now, and really trying to bring InSky out of those mountains to get their sensors a better picture of what's going on, or to be able to give the JG78 sensors.
Rum Runner asks, why don't they drop their tanks? Well, Rum Runner, I think a big part of that is people forget. When you get into things like SATAL and stuff, a lot of your common sense goes right out the window. Stress takes over. You know, you may be a great pilot in public play, but when you enter competitive play, and if you die, you're dead. You don't come back until the next round. Things get a bit stressful. Like you tend to forget things. You just don't remember. And you make mistakes all over the place, and it's just a thing. But 1973 puts multiple 120s out. Those are coming in on Diesel.
Diesel could be in trouble.
I think he's going to be. Look at that! It's right there! Oh my God, it flew right by him! What is
very
that?
Calculated to time that, it looked like.
Very calculated. Very calculated, my ass. That was.
Waited on it and boom.
Oh, yeah, man. That was crazy. But this 120 coming in on Flash may have potential. He's chaffing. He's a little high to get into the notch. Little high still, but that missile's going to be out of energy by the time it gets in there.
Looks like a pretty decent effort from InSky to at least drag one fighter out feet wet there and kind of start to edge the flanks here. And it looks like maybe they're trying to envelop a little bit more around these guys. 79 pushing down a little bit more southeastern there.
1981 pressing on Diesel. And Diesel's in a bit of a pickle because he's low and his oppressor, the guy that's coming in, is much, much higher. So this, I think, is going to be a problem for him.
That thing's moving.
Is there a missile coming in on him?
Oof. Yep, he's toast.
So Diesel gets taken down, and that, ladies and gentlemen, right there is a pretty good indication of when you get pressed, where 1981 was in that position. When 1981 was that much higher than his opponent, if you get the jump, right, you're in a pretty good position, especially if the other guys, your guy you're pressing on decides to go in and defend. So now we're down to a 3v4. JG78 with the first casualty, and Streak and Kuehl are in a bit of trouble here. They're surrounded on three different sides. 1981 to the north, 1979 to the south, and 1973 and 1976 to the east. So Kuehl is head on with 1973. 1973 puts a 120 out, and Kuehl's in a bit.
He's got him coming. Yeah, he's got him coming in from both directions.
He's not going to be able to notch both of those, and he's got to run.
Yeah. Oh,
and he gets taken down. I thought he was going to be able to get away from that, but no.
This 1979. Okay, yeah, good. Still all four for InSky, and two now remain for 76. And JG78 Stake puts out his shot, I think, on 1981. There.
He did.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So Stake coming in against 1981. What's the altitude? So 11,000 versus 2,000. And again, it's that altitude difference, and you can see it in the missile. Look at that 120. The energy that it's able to maintain in comparison to the missiles that are going from low to high, it's a lot different. I mean, look how much closer it got to its intended target than the other ones did. And that's a lot of that comes into the altitude.
Indeed. And Stake being that low, he does have some benefit of the clutter of the radar on the surface of the water and whatnot, but not enough. And you do limit yourself as far as your evading and how much room you kind of have to play with there. It ends up forcing you a little bit more laterally, I think, and that can be a problem within itself. So now InSky 1981 circling back around on Stake. He seems transfixed on 73. Is that going to get him killed though? Well, then looking at Stake
only has two missiles left. He's only got a 120 and an AIM-9, but that ER or that ET, he doesn't see that coming. He did. And there go his wings. And guys, like we were talking about yesterday, planes have a difficult time flying without wings. It's kind of important.
Structurally and aerodynamically.
It's a thing that needs to happen. But I think that's it. Everybody was taken down from JG78. I think we missed one of the casualties as somebody died. Flash ended up getting taken down. And InSky just routes JG78. No casualties from them, and I don't know that they're going to have to return. But what do you think, Billy? How did you think that went?
I think it appeared to me that InSky did a very good job of staying disciplined and kind of forcing their will upon JG78 there. I wouldn't say it was a bad match on the JG78 by any stretch. I just think they may have gotten outmaneuvered there a few times and credit to InSky for coming out and really kind of, sticking to their plan and executing.
Right. Portable Corp says this E2 gameplay, well, I can't. It's really hard for me to change the cameras while I'm streaming. So when they die, you guys are just going to get to see what it's like to fly an E2 in an orbit.
But twin engine turboprops are beautiful. So I mean, you're not
They
really. Are you really getting shortchanged there? I don't know. Question.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I mean, the E2 is pretty cool.
It is definitely one of the cooler pieces of technology in the inventory. That's for sure.
So it looks like InSky is going to have to RTB after that fight. And is there anything that we talked about what you thought InSky could have did well, Billy? What do you think JG78 needed to change there? It seemed like they were just committing in one-offs into the engagement zones, and they were just getting picked apart and surrounded. But the biggest thing, and I talked about this earlier, is they got low, and then they didn't get high again. They just decided that they were going to stay low. I mean, every time
they
we looked
low
at them,
in the flat area, and that's just a recipe for quick death.
Yeah, that is true. Bam Mike Foxtrot says, "Be nice if you could make it show the F10 map when they die." That would be nice, but I don't know how I'd do that. Maybe if you guys really like this, I can make an investment with some keyboards or some software that I can control all of these things without, remotely. I mean, I can go into the remote session, like remote desktop, and control them. But if I could send the keystrokes, without actually connecting to that session, just wirelessly or over the network, I could do that stuff for you guys. I'll look into that. That's a good idea.
I think, I'd say on the networking angle there's probably some sort of solution there. You can send send an input via remote connection or via, a network connection like that.
Mm-hmm.
Some smart person out there has figured it out.
Bam Mike Foxtrot says, "What are you looking for to run the dedicated pilot rigs?" G.I. Joe, I've got so the KVM, that might work. I'd have to figure out maybe a virtual KVM. I'll have to look at that. Mr. Floppy Fish, yeah, they do have to land unless the other team says they don't have to. So in this case, oh, nope, Diesel says they don't have to RTB. So we're going to get the next round set up. And real quick, somebody asked a question. Bam Mike Foxtrot asked, "What are you looking for to run the dedicated pilot rigs?" Right now, these machines, and it's going to change next year because next year I'm pretty sure I'm going to force teams to fly on standard, like the release version of DCS. So it's just what's going to happen. Release has a tendency to be a bit more stable. There's some problems that happen with open beta sometimes. The other thing that it allows me to do is I can run release and open beta at the same time, as long as I get the same version numbers, so that I can run more of these dedicated cameras. The dedicated hardware that I used to run these is they're running on Ryzen 1600s with 16 gigs of RAM and GTX 1060s. So right now, we're going to run 3. I mean, if I can get dedicated rigs for each one of them, that would be awesome. Right now, we're looking at a hardware cost of around $400 per rig. I've got 3 of them right now. There was a big push a couple weeks ago through donations to make these happen, and I immediately that week went out and bought hardware. So that's where all of this came from. Fat Man from SF also donated a power supply and a Ryzen 1600. So it's pretty cool.
It's a community effort, my friend.
Yeah.
Community effort.
Sarah Sando says it's a KVM-based splitted rig. Video capacity also splits. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm doing it all through a program called Multiplicity, so I can remote into all of these rigs. I may do it via KVM later, but the problem with the KVMs is I can't watch all of them at the same time. So what you guys can't see is I'm actually watching each one of these dedicated streams as we're going. Bam Mike Foxtrot, dude. I will take whatever we can make happen. But guys, I want to put this out there that by no means am I expecting any of this stuff to go down. I'm not expecting anybody to donate. It's just whatever we get goes right back into making the stream better. So that goes for donations, bits, subs, donated hardware, whatever. So huge thank you for to those that have donated so far. But change of topic real quick. I'm going to change. We're going to go to the next round, and I'm going to send you guys to a fan video. It's going to take me a bit longer this time, as I have to restart the server, and then I have to get the dedicated cameras set up. For right now, it's just going to be on random people, because we're in testing phases, so we're not going to follow the same people. I'm just going to set it to somebody random. You may see the same people, you may not. But we're going to get things reset. I'm going to send you guys to a fan video. We will be back with more Seital action here in just a moment. In-Sky leads 1-0 over JG78.
Interceptor is final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. What a round, what a routing coming from InSky there in round 1 against JG78. Somebody asked why everything in the background here is backwards. That's because I forgot to put it back. Yeah, I need to change that. That's why. There's mirroring functions that you can do in OBS through the transform that you can make stuff happen that way. But Billy, we were talking about, what were we talking about? The clips. So what we thought would be cool, guys, is if you guys see anything happen, clip that shit and share it. Like if you got Twitter, mention us on Twitter. Share that crap. Yeah. We got to get more people to know about what's going on with Seital, because I talk to people all the time and like, I've never heard of Seital, and they come in here and like, this shit is awesome. And I think we just need to get as many people as we can in here to grow it, so we can get more teams involved, we can increase the pricing, we can just do a bunch of stuff. I am not in any way, shape, or form looking for internet fandom. I do not care. This is all about, getting as many people as we can into DCS, into competitive play, and just growing the community. Rumrunner asks, how do we clip? There is a clip button, Billy, if I'm correct, in the video player.
It looks like a little the thing they slam down before they start a movie scene or whatever. It should be in there. I forget what that thing's called, but it's in there somewhere.
Yeah,
and, where the icons are.
What we want you guys to do, or what we'd like to see happen, is if you guys clip something, throw it at us on Twitter. Like, mention us on Twitter. You can see the Twitter links down below. So you can follow us on Twitter. If you guys haven't already, make sure you do that, because that's the best way to stay up to date on everything that's going down with DCS World events, and any of the sponsors and any of that stuff that's happening. So just a heads up, that's something we'd like to see happening, just because I want to get as many people as we can in here. But these guys are jumping in. You guys can already see through the dedicated cameras, these guys are taxiing and getting ready to take off. So we're going to jump back in to the server, and we're going to watch JG78 depart here out of Bandar this time.
And it's called a clapperboard. I was expecting something a little bit more like, professional sounding than the clapperboard. That's hilarious.
For clipping?
No, for the what that icon was we were talking about, the clapperboard icon in the bottom right corner of the screen where you make the clips. Yeah, that's what it's called.
All right, so we're going to change this, and we're going to jump in and see how these guys are going to get on. Again, we're going to watch JG78 taxi this time. Looks like they're ready to go here at Bandar. We're just waiting on InSky to finish up taxiing. We're going to watch a couple guys flying for JG78s. This time, Diesel and Steak and 1976 coming for InSky.
Now, interesting, we're curious to see what InSky does here, not necessarily having the same terrain set in front of them. I feel like that was a big part of their plan in that first one, was really utilizing that terrain and having it. It didn't seem like they all just immediately dove down into the mountains, but it certainly looked like they were using it to their advantage when they needed it, which I think is a smart move on their part. What do they do now being on the opposite side with much less terrain to work with in that regard? Do they change up tactics here, or do we see them just kind of work a little differently or work around that?
Now you're asking about InSky?
That's correct, InSky.
Well,
yep.
They could. They're not restricted to, feet wet. They can go to the mountains. The bubble is gigantic. So
it's true.
They have the ability to do that. French data, it's not type multi-stream. I'm going to add a bunch of different commands that do the same things so that people can find them easier. I need to publish a list of commands. And if you guys have any ideas of commands that you want to see, send them to me in a direct message. And the other thing that needs to happen is we need moderators. I need mods. I mean, the stream is getting big enough that if we have moderators to manage stuff, if you're here every day and you enjoy doing this and you want to contribute to the stream and do things like keep track of things, increase tallies and uptimes and whatever, and you have ideas about how to make the stream better, shoot me a private message. We can make it happen. If you're in the stream every weekend anyway, might as well have some extra power. Roundabout says, I want to rule with the iron fist. He wants to rule with the iron fist of Van Hammerich. These guys say they're ready. So let's get them going. So fight's on. There's the go. And this is round 2, Saturday morning Gold League, JG78 versus InSky. InSky won round 1 without taking a single casualty. Billy, do you think they're going to be able to do the same thing coming in here?
I'd like to think so based upon the way they flew and what we kind of saw to them in that first round, but I don't think JG78 went down because of a ton of bad decisions on their part. So, they easily could come out in this round here and put it to InSky, with a little bit more organized strategy, I think, and we may see that out of them here. But I think, to me, like I was saying before, I think the real question here is how does InSky play this? Because that, I think, is going to end up dictating what happens with JG78, just like I said, from what we saw in that first one.
Right. And again, guys, back to the moderator thing. If you guys are serious about wanting to be a mod, send me a message on either Discord or Twitch, preferably Twitch. It really doesn't matter, Discord or Twitch, and we can make it happen. I really need mods. We really need mods in DCS World Events because we're growing. I mean, we used to average like 100, and now, by the time we reach the afternoon streams, we're going to be pushing, probably getting close to 300. I mean, we're averaging 200 to 300 per stream now, and we're steadily growing. So we really start to need moderators coming in at this point. And I think, if you're in here anyway, it's worth having. You get some more say on what's going on, and you get to make fun of me on a daily basis instead of just on Saturdays. So good times. Do you think, Billy, that JG78 is going to take the same approach they did last time, or what InSky did last time, and kind of come just south of Kasab, stay over the mountains, and do it that way? Or do you think they're going to be feet wet, unlike what InSky did last time? And do you think InSky is going to take this towards the mountains again?
I think JG78, it's in their best, it's in their interest to get some altitude here. I would try to do kind of what we saw InSky do in that first round. Get over top of those mountains, stay high. Don't necessarily drag things down into a mountain fight, but stay at the edge of those mountains to keep your sensors good, but give yourself somewhere to hide when the missiles start coming in. I think that was a pretty effective strategy for InSky in that first one. And then as InSky started to kind of get a little bit better hold on the match, you started to see them send guys to the flanks, it looked like, and really start to kind of close in around JG78. So I think JG78 needs to do a good job of not letting themselves get into that position, but you know, I like I said, I think the big part of what allowed InSky to do that was having those mountains to quickly dip under, trash a missile.
Well, I think the thing that made InSky effective at that point is they utilized the terrain when they needed to. They got low when they needed to, but they climbed back up. A lot of the kills we saw in that last round were coming from guys that were 10, 15,000 feet above their target. So they utilized the terrain when needed. I didn't really see any of them dive into the mountains. Maybe they did after the first couple passes. But then they climbed back up. So they would defend, get low, and then they would climb back up to utilize that altitude on the ingress again. And that, I think, is what made them effective. And that leads me into a point here where, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to come across as I am the end-all, be-all to knowing about real air-to-air combat. A lot of the things that I'm probably going to say are nonsense and aren't really true. It's just stuff that I've gleaned to be effective in the sim world here in DCS. So just food for thought. I am in no way the end-all be-all to air combat in the real world or the sim. It's just stuff that I think is effective and what I have found effective here in the sim environment.
And the same can also be said for myself. I by no means have any type of serious credentials when it comes to this stuff. I just love it, and I like getting out here watching.
We are armchair aviators
talking about
at their finest.
Yep.
Billy, what's the weather like in Florida?
It's still hot, but the edge is starting to come off it. We're starting to head into the kind of pleasant time of year around here. Hopefully in the next month or so, the humidity will have died down a bit more. And we'll start getting, it won't really get into like below 70s until probably after Christmas time. But it'll be nice to get out of the heat. It's been a pretty gnarly summer around here. So yeah, not a whole lot of rain, not a whole lot of anything at this point, but just heat.
Yeah, it's been cooling down here a bit. So let's catch up while these guys are ingressing on the comments. Sayu Sando says, could you bring a Top Gun pilot to comment on the strategy? Well, we had Mover last week for Fights for Honor. The problem with the real pilots that you run into is they can't really talk about a whole lot. There's a lot of stuff that's classified. They can't talk about tactics. So BFM for the real guys is the place to be. And one thing you guys need to realize is that the sim environment is not real life. We are able to die repeatedly all the time and still fly in a competitive environment where we want to succeed and not just use it for training. So we're able to fly and find these fine lines and walk these tightropes that in no way would a real pilot do, because I don't know if you guys know this, but when you die in real life, you're dead and you don't really come back from
Oh,
it.
that works like that?
Yeah, I know. It's kind of this weird thing that happens where when your body shuts down, you don't come back. You're just kind of gone. I know. It's just bizarre. But in the sim environment, you're able to do that. You're like a zombie, right? You're able to come back all the time.
Yeah, you can take liberties that human beings in the real world just cannot do.
And the other thing you need to realize is that the sim environment is not real life, because there's things that I'm sure act a certain way in the sim that don't act the same way in the real world.
And then there's something to be said for all the moving around and reaching we do while not under G-force is a big factor too. You know, trying to move around and reach things and do things in the cockpit while the plane's, you know, pulling quite a bit of G it's not as easy as it is for us, where there's no G-force and I can be pulling, you know, 7 or 8 Gs and just reaching around doing what I need to find within the cockpit. You know, just that factor alone, I think, is a big thing in some of these dogfights.
Yeah. I agree there. So we've got, real quick, catching up. We had a bunch of follows. Fairline, Diesel Rocket, Brolkon, Reese Dog, Ice Hoffman, Meaning of Pain, Goki TV, and Tianjon22. Thank you for the follows. And then Jazzy dropped another 5,000 bits and said, good job on the multicams, Moltar. Keep them coming. Well, there's more coming. We're in the testing phase. I have the licenses. Edie was kind enough to reach out and provide me with licenses to make this happen. So I have plenty of licenses to add more cameras. Right now we've got 3 for testing phase. I really just need to get more hardware to be able to add more cameras. So it's coming. I also increased to gigabit internet. So we have the available bandwidth to be able to stream all of these at the same time.
Is it that Google internet?
No, I got Spectrum.
It's the same here. Same here.
I don't have Google internet. Isn't where I am, but there's a company putting in fiber called RG Internet or RG Fiber, which stands for really good fiber, which I think is hilarious. But they've got gigabit sequential that's coming for $100 a month. So I'll be upgrading to that,
nice.
Maybe in the next year or so. That'll be nice, especially for the stream, and as we add more and more cameras, that'll be beneficial. But we've been talking about a bunch of stuff. We need to talk about the stream and the guys flying themselves. So in Sky, like they did in round 1, they like the mountains, Billy. I think you were right on it that they like you being able to utilize the mountains to get away from things. And JG78 on the flip side of that is taking this more feet wet. At least the Western 2-ship is. The Eastern 2-ship is flying right on the coastline. If we look at them, they're right on the coastline.
And I think we're seeing a different formation out the gate here for JG78. It looks like a line abreast form in some degree, somewhat. As we're in Sky, we're seeing pretty much what we saw out of them in the last round. They're just trying to find their spot right now. And I'm curious how long we get JG78 in this nice line abreast. They're clearly, are those two guys low along the coast trying to mask there? No, they're 40,000.
They're 40,000 feet. They're not low. So JG78 is definitely taking the altitude. In Sky is the same, but look at what 1976 is doing. Where is he going?
Like I said, it feels like they're trying to pull this fight in that direction over there. So sending him a bit more east, maybe in an effort to do that. Is he low or is he high?
Everybody's pretty high.
Everybody's
Jack Daniels, try and refresh the stream. Do a Control-Shift-R to force refresh it and see if that fixes it for you, brother. Sometimes Twitch can have a little conniption and it doesn't know what to do with itself. And you can lose audio sometimes, or it starts to lag out and all that. So just be aware.
Control F5 will refresh the cache too. I think that may help. I know I've had to do that before.
Imagination to Form. I downloaded this yesterday, but I need to feel a bit better before I try this. I got an X52 and track I already used for this. Man, you are in the right spot. This is a good time. And one thing I want to put out there, Imagination to Form, is that DCS is not easy. People call it a study sim for a reason. The guys that I know that are the best will never say that they know everything, because there's always stuff that you can be learning and doing better. There is always videos and documentation that you can be watching. There are always TAC views that you can be taking in to make yourself a better pilot. It's a study sim for a reason. So in Sky, 1973's got a 120B coming on him. And then we've got, did somebody die? No. So in Sky 1979 puts a 120 out on Diesel. Diesel's still flying. Diesel. What are you doing, Diesel? Oh, no.
That's trouble.
Oh, no.
No, right over him.
What? DCS things. DCS things.
Yeah.
But now we've got 1973 being pursued by multiple contacts from Kuehl and Flash. And he's in a bit of a pickle. So he's down to 2,000 feet. Flash is at 12,000 and Kuehl is at 18,000. But 1976, where?
A lot of missiles out right now.
There are missiles out. But nothing's really dangerous.
Like tracking. Yeah. No. It's all just flying about.
Yeah, the missiles are way too far away from everybody. They're
Everybody's
not really
cold.
But Diesel, well, he's diving. But that ER.
Ooh. Nope.
Yep.
Yep. Got it.
That was just a lack of defense early. You got to defend those. If you're at high altitude
Important.
and you get launched on, you got to crank and you got to dive more aggressively than that. He maintained a hot track towards 1976, and that spelled his doom.
And credit to the three in-sky guys, pretty much separated out right now. You got 76 over there in the J11, kind of on his own in those mountains, trying to keep this fight, I think, spread a little bit more. And now 73, though, looks like he might have got himself in a little bit of a spot, though, there. I don't think that's going to end up having it.
Flash is now breaking off.
Yeah. I think 79 pulled onto him there, and he may have gotten wise to that.
Yeah, he got probably locked up. He needs to drop his tanks, though. So
Yeah.
1979, we're assuming, put his radar lock onto Flash. Flash then broke off from 1973, but we've still just got 3 pilots remaining for JG78 and 4 remaining, for InSky. So somebody asked, would you recommend downloading DCS on Steam or DCS site itself? Definitely standalone. It's just
Definitely standalone.
You got more control over things. Steam's fine. I think they use the same keys now, but standalone's definitely a bit better. InSky 1981 coming in on Flash from high to low. You can see that missile diving. There's Flash defending. He's not getting away from that.
Yeah, that's really trying to get him.
Now he got away from it. I lied.
He was able to pull that. That was a good maneuver on his part.
1981, where are you going?
Yeah,
okay, you're staying on him. He's staying on him.
Okay, yep. Now he just pulled back around quick in that F-15. He's got
Look at that AOA,
wow.
but that's... Oh, I thought he dodged that, but he wasn't able to get into a notch. So just because you get slow does not mean the missile is going to miss. You got to be able to get into a notch perpendicular to the radar track, and now Kuehl's in trouble. Kuehl is in trouble. He's got multiple 120s coming from high to low on him. And again, we established this earlier, at least this is our theory, that wings are really important in order to fly.
Yeah, that's it. You're going to need those. Well, I mean, I think we've seen some F-15s, at least in the real world, pull it off, but not an easy feat.
And it was missing part of one wing. It wasn't missing both its wings.
It was like a wing, half a wing tip.
It was like half a wing.
Yeah.
I mean, the F-15 is a flying body, so it does generate a lot of lift from its fuselage. But I get the feeling that the wings are there for a reason. Right? I feel like the designers put them in there for a purpose. I'm not entirely sure what Stake is shooting at with that 120.
Is there somebody still up? There might be somebody still zombieing around that we're just not aware of.
Or that wasn't intentional, because I don't see anybody in front of him.
Yeah, no.
I know sometimes I've accidentally shot something with the
that can happen.
The F-18. It's happened to me. Randomly.
Curious what he's doing though. He's gonna have to try to reverse this thing around at some point. He might be trying to get some space, but
you're not gonna be able to get some space.
He's shooting another one. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's that the crew chief forgot to put his ladder up.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah. I am giving him crap for the ladder, but it is a current DCS bug.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it happens with the Mirage too. It doesn't matter. Missile coming from 1981 now. 1981 is bearing down on Stake. There's Stake coming across. I think he's going to get away from that early 120. But this is a high to low shot, and Stake's not going to be able to get away from this. There goes an AIM-9 and a 120. The 120's not going to pull G. Oh, it did. But the 120's going to finish him off. And again, wings are important. He might actually hit a building there. I heard him hit a building. He definitely did hit a building. That's unfortunate. But that's it.
And that's all she wrote for JG78 today. Well executed match in both rounds by InSky. They seem to have a plan, came out and performed.
And executed it, yeah. I think a lot of it, though, was the altitude. That was...
Agreed.
Every engagement that InSky took in, they were higher than JG78.
And we've seen that. It's not the easy thing to do. It requires a conscious effort to continue to require altitude, but the teams that do it effectively and consistently have success in SATOL. There's no doubt about it. Getting up, getting that altitude when you can, not fighting all of those fights low is in your best interest. There's no doubt.
Oh yeah, but I want to come back and say that, post-state that, and say, I know we talk about altitude being the end-all be-all. There are plenty of times where being high will get you killed. You will die. If you're coming in against a Tomcat, a Phoenix will eat your lunch if you're high. You will die to a Phoenix if you are high. No question. If you are high, you do not see a guy that is low and he launches on you, and you're close enough, you will die. There's almost no question about that. If you're high and you do not have situational awareness to be up that high, you will die. No questions asked about it. So just food for thought about that stuff coming in here. Billy, this is over.
Indeed, it
fairly
is.
Early.
Yeah, no, that was interesting.
What do we do?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what's on the docket here.
Not a whole lot. The next match doesn't start till noon, but I'm trying to think of ways that we can go about filling this in. We could jump over to Growling Sidewinder and do some casting.
That works.
All right, let's do that. So we got a couple hours, ladies and gentlemen, for the time being. I'm going to send you guys to a fan video. The next fight is not scheduled to happen until noon. This match happened unbelievably fast. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to jump to Growling Sidewinder. We are going to do live casting on people just flying around. It is a lot of fun. I did it yesterday. So we're going to do this for a little bit, for about an hour. Then I'm going to take a break. We're going to take a break. We're going to get reset for the 12 o'clock stream. 12 o'clock stream is going to be number 15 versus 36 tournament. So I'm going to send you guys to a fan video. We're going to get things set up. I'm going to take the multicams down for the time being. And we're just going to use the main stream for right now to jump onto Growling Sidewinder and have some fun. So we're going to keep the stream up. Got a couple hours till the next match. We're going to have some fun on Growling Sidewinder. I'll see you guys back here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with some Growling Sidewinder shenanigans. I got to change the logo here to our noob logo. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, we broadcast on Growling Sidewinder, just random public servers, and I was casting how all this stuff was going down, like I would during SATAL. And we had a noob counter. The noob counter in the bottom right corner is anything that is done hilariously, you know, that people don't notice, any of that stuff. So, Osborne X, we're not doing Diamond League today. So Gold League, I'm pretty sure it's number 36, isn't it? Doesn't number 15 take on 36, or was I smoking something?
I'm not sure.
Was I smoking something?
I usually am, but that's...
No, they fly against 36 today. It's both. Osborne X, you're smoking something. So this is what's going down. We're going to have some fun on Growling Sidewinder. For any of you guys that just want to tune back in for the match this afternoon, it is going to be at 1700 Zulu, and it will be number 15 versus 36 Stormos. So that starts in about an hour and 45 minutes. So we got a bit to wait, which is why we're going to do this for 45 minutes to an hour just to pass the time for a little bit. Yeah, that's right. Urutaro Man. That's the right title. It's set right. So let's jump right into this. I had some fun with this, Billy, yesterday.
Nice.
Rocker's coming in here against Vadu, and Vadu and his Mirage is launching, and we've actually got some different weather conditions here on Growling Sidewinder today. Billy, we've got clouds. We have lots of clouds. Lots of clouds. And it's going to make this a little bit different. Rocker, they're all in clouds. This is going to make this challenging. They're still in clouds defending. Going up. You can't see anything. He's above it now with his crew chief's ladder. Is the Mirage here? The Mirage, yeah, he's dead. Rocker is in a world of trouble. Magic coming in, and like we said during the SATAL match, wings are important. Wings are very, very important. But I blame his crew chief for leaving his ladder down. The controller 007 GS. No, there's air to ground on here. And we are watching the F-16 Walruses going through the craters on the airfield of Flying Ace. He made it through. The damage model on the F-16 probably helped a little bit. Helped get him through that. Everybody on the F-16, Billy, taking 2 tanks. Which you can't jettison, which I find interesting. So, you know, that's a thing. It's just a lot of extra weight. Even after you burn through that fuel, I would think that they would rather not take the tanks and just have a little bit less playtime over it. Foxtrot Alpha says, we got Doritos, Bugles, Ruffles, Cheetos, and ladders, oh my. So yesterday, Billy, we established that obviously the Mirage is a Dorito. The Bugle is the Hornet, right? The Hornet kind of looks like a Bugle. Ruffles are the F-15s. Cheetos. Stream kind of like Cheetos. What did you guys say the Cheetos were? I don't remember what you guys said Cheetos were. But I established that the MiG-21 is a Slim Jim. It just makes sense. It's kind of like a pipe with, wings on it. Osborne X says, Diamond 104.36 also scheduled for today at 1700 to what then? We're just not going to see the Diamond League matchup. We're going to see the Gold League matchup. They happen at the same time. I'm pretty sure, don't they? Yeah, they happen at the same time. So we're just not going to see the Diamond League matchup. Trigger Happy coming against Vadu. Trigger Happy is low. Vadu is low. And Trigger Happy is dead. That happened very quickly. F-15 versus Mirage. Magic against F-15 airframe. And Missile is going to win most times unless it's a damage model thing. Then the Missile doesn't win. No, I thought Bugles were the Hornet, Foxtrot. Merge coming between Vadu and Ghost. So Mirage merging with an F-18. Is he going to be able to come around? I don't think Ghost even saw Badu. Does he even know he's there? Does Badu see him? Badu, do you see him? Badu sees him. Yeah, he's got him here. Yeah, imagine to form you have to buy the full fidelity fighters in order to get them. The reason they cost so much is because this is something a lot of people don't realize, is that it takes a tremendous amount of work and effort to create these modules. Sphinx coming against the Weak. Are they above the clouds? Weak is above the clouds. Sphinx, is he coming up? Can you tell if Sphinx is coming up, Billy?
I'm not sure.
He's coming up. I can see him barely in the clouds. Weak, maybe diving. Is he trying to stay above the clouds here? Maybe this is just a bet on Maybe this is just a bet on everybody's crew chiefs on who, can leave the ladder down longer.
Could be.
RVE Tito, it's not a fashion. It's a style. I guess those are kind of the same thing. Why did I say that? But it's really a bug. So the F-18 has dove toward the deck. Weak's going to see those flares. Comes in on his 6. Wild Boys is right. Imagine to form. You get the Su-25 for free. You also get the T-51. They're great ones to start with. And there are sales quite often. But there's a lot of effort that goes into these modules, and that's why we call it a study sim, because a lot of buttons to push on a lot of the big ones. If you want a lot of aircraft to fly, Flaming Cliffs is solid, especially as a new simmer, a new pilot. That'd be a good one to get into. Missile coming out from the neighboring and friendly Su-27, and I think that's going to run down that F-18. F-18 in trouble. Wings are about to be ejected. Oh my God! It's not gonna. Is it gonna catch him? Oh, it caught him. Barely, but it caught him. So we saw that fly right up the pooper of that F-18, and Weak is able to support. Who do you support in getting that kill? Felipe XLR in getting that kill. Anybody else from blue taking off? There's not a lot of blue coming in here. Maybe we can use this time, Billy, to talk about just DCS things.
Yeah,
just
there you
chat
go.
with chat. So chat, you guys have anything that, you find interesting or cool that's going on? And for anybody that's just joining the stream, we're in between matches. The first match ended quite quickly, so we've got a couple hours. We've got about an hour and a half to kill for the next match. So give us some stuff to talk about. Give us some topics that pertain to DCS, aviation. Billy, you heard about 909, right?
Yeah, I unfortunately saw that. I was born in Hartford, so that's right where I'm from, that area there, and sad to see that whole incident. It seemed like it was a engine out, and then he had to land with basically full fuel tanks or somewhere along the line that, and just couldn't kind of keep it under control coming down the runway there, and it led to a pretty gnarly explosion and a loss of some life there, which is always unfortunate. I hate to see a warbird like that go down, especially one that's historic that, but even worse when there's people lost in the whole thing. The guy who flew it seemed like he was a true passionate person about aviation, and that's always a shame.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate, and there's so few B-17s left that it's always a sad day to hear if one goes down, or any of the relics, old warbirds taken down.
It's just sad to see that. It's unfortunate, but that's aviation. It harkens back to the realities of
It's 80
aviation.
years old.
Exactly. That kind of stuff happens. It's not like a car where if there's a problem, you just pull over to the side of the road and call somebody, get it fixed. When a problem like that occurs in the air, things kind of have to be done, and it's not always a sure thing, right? At the end of the day, so it's just sad.
So, question from the controller 007. He asks, okay, here's one at you for a guy that has nothing. Should I get FC3 or the Persian Gulf mount? So you legitimately have nothing? Like, you don't have any paid modules. You just have the Su-25 and the T-51. If that's the case...
Definitely FC3.
Definitely FC3. And Weak is going to die.
Persian Gulf is great, but I definitely think there's a lot more to be learned from FC3 than Persian Gulf. I mean, if you're like super into flying the Frogfoot, hey, why not? Maybe that's your thing if that's what you're looking to do. But if the Frogfoot or the T51 don't, or TF51 don't really pique your interest, then
people underestimate the flight models in the Flaming Eclipse planes. They're actually really, really well done.
No, they're not
the
bad.
flight models are on the same level as all the other full-fly aircraft, so don't underestimate them. I mean, they are a little bit more gamey with the radar, but that's really about it. Everything else is modeled really well. You don't have full clickability, but that, honestly, Flaming Cliffs is the perfect place to start. And a lot of people, even in SATEL, still fly FC3 because they're hugely effective.
They're very effective. It gets boring for me. It's just, there's just not a whole lot going on in there. It's more just tactics. Once you learn, the limited set of inputs and commands, it's kind of just focusing on what's going on around you in the situation, as opposed to having to learn and kind of actually understand how to operate the aircraft. So it's really great for noobs, but I think at a certain point, everyone should kind of progress on to the new stuff now. That's just me though, and my kind of whole thought process on it.
Yeah. So is this Aramisi that's flying, that's actually in chat? Is he in this F-18 that we're spectating? I think he is. Is he going to be able to get away from this mass of J-11s and F-16s that are chasing him down? He's got under an Aguila Alpha chasing after him and a Hawk coming in on under. So I think Missy's going to be fine. But FC3 over the PG map. Honestly, controller, I would hold off on PG until you get a couple more modules. I mean, FC3 first, and then maybe a full fighter of some sort, and then get PG. Or if you wait for a sale and you're able to hook them both up at the same time, that would be my suggestion. Yeah,
and who knows, ED may get their act together here and release the Syria map, and I would say that's probably a more appealing scenario for me, at least. Over if I didn't already own the PG and I had to pick between the two, I'd definitely probably be going with Syria over that.
Yeah. Well, card off baller. The reason I suggest FC3 is for people that have never gotten into flight sim aviation. It provides a good stepping stone, right? Some people get in and they're like, holy crap. And this is what I've heard from a lot of people, for instance, coming from ARMA, trying to move over to DCS, that just getting into the full fighters or the A10 or something, or the KA50 with all the buttons, and switches, it gets really overwhelming and people have the tendency to just give up. So if you can provide a foundation for people to get in at, it gives them some hope, and it gives them the foundation to like it before they get into the more intimidating stuff with having to learn and spend 5 to 10 to 15 minutes to turn on an aircraft. Wow, that was an interesting merge. Before just getting into it at the beginning and then just saying, God, I can't do this, and then just giving up. Because with FC3, it allows you to also get the foundation on how to learn the planes, to find out, the YouTube creators and the content creators, and find Chuck's guide and all that stuff, which you're going to need more than likely to get into the full fighters, to learn how everything goes and how all the sensors work and all that stuff. And on top of that, don't knock FC3, because FC3, when you get into air-to-air combat, isn't really any less complex button-pushing wise. The radar is a little more gamified with how it scans and everything, and they are a little more gamified, but
I mean, there's definitely a lot less going on inside that cockpit.
Sure,
I think we can all agree on that.
Tactics-wise and stuff, nothing changes. I mean,
no,
that's all
tactics-wise, you just have more time to focus on the tactics.
So to get into air-to-air combat or air-to-ground combat, FC3 is a perfect stepping point.
Absolutely.
So there were a ton of Red 4 guys, communist commies over here of Zestafani, but they've all gone home. So now we've kind of reached a pausing point. So that's interesting.
Indeed.
Cripps, one of the guys in my virtual squadron, was doing some testing with the F-14. This is just another random topic. We found out that the F-14 is capable in its current flight model of pulling 28 to 30 degrees of instantaneous turn rate, which is a lot.
It is a bit. Quite a bit.
I think based on, documentation and stuff, I think it's supposed to be 17 or 18, which makes the F-14 right now. And I don't know. This could be, I could be full of crap. I'm just kind of combining this with, what Mover said last week with the F-14, kind of supposed to be a pig in BFM, that 28 to 30, and it's also got some broken slats that play into that. 28 to 30 seems like a lot. I mean, it's more than or right at what the F18 can do. I think.
Yeah, that's something seem right there.
Imagine if Forum says, "Will ladders be another $100 DLC?" Well, you know, it depends on how well they're modeled. You know, trains in this are really well modeled. So, cows too.
I'm curious what's going to happen when they drop this carrier mod and we have like a ready room. Will that be something we move around in a 3D environment? Will that be like what we like? There's so many questions when I read that. So many questions. Is DCS going to fundamentally change before we get this? Huh?
I don't know. Whitakus Maximus says carrier mod I think should be free.
It can't do that. There's just too much work and effort going into it. I think
there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
people underestimate how much work goes into these things.
Yeah.
You know, even things like the carrier. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, we'll have to see when it comes out. But
I'd like to see them make the free carrier the right size. I think that's something we should ask for free. The regular carrier should be at least, you know, accurate size in comparison.
Is it not right now?
It's not. No, it's not. If you look at the carrier, just look at, you know, go look at an image of the carrier we have now with a full deck versus the screenshots of the other carrier with a full deck, and you tell me there's not more stuff on that one versus the other.
But are they the same class of carrier?
I believe so. It's all Nimitz stuff.
Interesting.
Yep. So it'd be nice to see that get a little bit of a treatment once the other one comes out.
F16 release proves that.
F16 release date was definitely lacking. Definitely got a little oversold on that one, but
maybe,
you know, it is what it is.
I still enjoy it.
Once again, I would never say I don't enjoy it. I'm glad I have it. Been loving flying it, but that first hot fix with some stuff can't come soon enough.
Yeah, well, hopefully it happens soon. But I think we all knew. I didn't expect it not to have a damage model. That was a little weird.
I said something about that last week. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, why would they put a bunch of time building an old damage model under the old one for this when the new one is coming out? You would just build it in the new one and roll it out when the new, you know, damage model for all of DCS.
That's a valid point.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. I get that. You know, so I'm not going to hold the damage model against them because hopefully we're going to get, and you know, I'm banking on the fact that they're going to actually release a damage model for this F16 under the new one that is way more robust than what we actually probably have in the Hornet right now, per se. Hence why the Hornet damage model and even maybe the F14 damage model aren't to the levels we'd all like to see them be at, because this new one has been being worked on for some time now, and we'll see these these other modules get updated to that new level with more detailed things breaking and so on. And so I'm sure we'll get a bunch of information on that in the coming weeks or months. But you know, I definitely think they could have done a little bit more in this thing. I would have honestly liked to have seen it be held a few more weeks and maybe just 2 more weeks and get a little bit more fucking tweaking done to it. You know,
I don't want people
could have used a little bit more time in the oven.
I don't want people to think that I'm dogging on ED. I'm not. I
get it. I'm just being real.
The F16 is in really pretty much the state I thought it was going to be in. I knew that when I bought it. It's just, you know, we all want the bigger and better toys. That's really what I think it comes down to. I recognize that that's the state that it was going to come out in. And I'm happy with it. I mean, I don't have any problems with it. ED needs to make money. They put an ass load of time into this stuff. So I'm perfectly fine with it. The things that I'm not okay with in this sim right now really don't have a whole lot to do with ED. One is the F-14's flight model is a little bupkis. It's overpowered. The Phoenix is redonkulous and broken. The Gazelle's flight model is and the Gazelle's Mistral missile is like in a way too good way. It's better than the AIM-9X. Did you read that document that came out a while ago, Merlin?
No, but I've been seeing guys on Growling get uber kills in that Mistral. Just
well,
absolutely
so
destroying people in
the
that thing.
degrees the server just restarted. The degrees per second that supposedly the AIM 9X can do with its scan, like its seeker head, is like 65 degrees a second or something like that.
Yeah.
The Mistrals is like 5 million
Interesting.
in the Lua code. I'm pretty sure. I could be spouting nonsense, but that's what I got from the document that was released a couple weeks ago. So things to consider there. Anything else? I don't really... The Sim's in a pretty good state. I mean, a couple years ago, we were worried. I mean, the communication, especially when the F-18 came out, was kind of lackluster, but everything's really kind of come around. And, you know, even Razbam has been making a big change in communication that I've seen.
They've really seemingly taken, you know, a lot of what was said to heart and made some changes. And I think, you know, you can kind of see that they're heading in the right direction now with a lot of their communication and all that type of stuff. So that was very pleasing to see. And I think the changes to I don't know if anyone saw the Mirage cockpit shots, but that thing looked beautiful. Really looking forward to, you know, I said to one of the guys in my group, like, oh man, okay, there's reason for me to hop back in that thing and learn a lot of the new, I know they've changed around a lot of the radar modes, a lot of the HOTAS binds and all that type of stuff. So looking forward to kind of getting back into that thing and really, you know, getting my feet wet back in it, because it's been a minute for me on that.
Yeah. So what was I just gonna say? Card-awful Bauer. It's the F-16 has no damage model right now. Like, it is actually non-existent. So no matter how many times you shoot the plane, it will not die. You can kill the pilot, but the plane won't change at all. There's no damage model in it right now. That is a known thing currently. So just be aware.
Could maybe even, you know, assume that new damage model might be around the corner, because you'd think they, you know, for them to leave that out there, they'd have to assume, well, we're going to be putting one in it here soon so they can deal with it for a little bit, because it's definitely, I think, a pretty important thing, as we'd all, you know, like, you know, probably would agree on, like, having a damage model is pretty important in this whole thing. So I would hope to think that we're going to see that new damage model here pretty soon, or maybe even at the very least the old one with a little bit of tweaking just to hold us over. But one way or the other, that definitely needs to get corrected, because it really takes a lot of the fun out when that thing's just, you know, doing stuff like that.
Yeah. So we got labels on right now. We're on just Dogfight now, riding along with Griffin and his F-16. And he's launching on somebody. Head on. I don't think you get away from those AIM 9Xs. Griffin takes down Pony to Randy. Interesting. And Randy, and this is a show of the damage model right now. Randy is dead. His plane is just flying itself at this point. It will crash eventually. But Randy, the pilot, is dead. So that plane is done. But Griffin, I think, is dead now too, as he's being pursued by someone back there. Can't tell who that is, but I don't know that someone has any missiles on his jet. No, he doesn't, because he's using guns. You have any expectations of when Siri is going to come out, Billy? I mean, the other thing that we need to figure out is what was I going to say? Oh, the JF-17.
Yep, JF-17. Hoping maybe by the end of the month we see that bad boy. Really looking forward to get my hands in on that. That's it's going to be a nice piece of tech. All the cool stuff in there. Not sure on the Siri map. When I walked up at Flight Sim Expo, somebody had said that Wags mentioned that it was an imminent, you know, the Siri map was imminent, but that was the beginning of June. So I think we've gone well beyond that point.
People need to remember that imminent in the Flight Sim perspective is like within a year.
Is that though? But isn't that just beyond the definition of the word imminent at that point?
I don't know. It depends on the context and who's saying it.
All I'm saying is it would be nice to hear something about it from them on that. I noticed it stopped basically appearing in the F-16 videos, which I thought maybe said something there that it maybe needed a little more work or was a little bit further behind. But it would be nice to hear them kind of address that, you know, as much as they kind of hype that and showcase that.
And guys, I want to preface that it's the releases for DCS have always been this way. You know, with pre-release stuff, it's been that way with the A10. It was that way with, I think, the KA50. Things have always come out unfinished, and that's, you know, they reach a point where they are finished. I mean, look at the A10. The A10 is phenomenal. It's a little underpowered in a lot of people's opinions, meaning like the engine power, but it's a phenomenal module that I think is really, really well done. And I don't know if this guy realizes that guns on this F-16 aren't going to do anything. But
yeah, it's
just recognize and have some patience that we will get there. I mean, Twiz is coming for the F-18. They've announced that it's going to be really at the same time that the F-16 gets it. The F-18 now is in a pretty good state. I love flying the F-18 now. Griffin's going to be flying to the ground. Nope, he pulls out. Nope, he flew into the ground. So evidently ground will kill you. In the
Will it? Interesting.
No, he got hit by a missile. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm ready for the Syria map. I'm looking forward to a change of scenery. Nice new area, one that's a little bit, well, I guess you could even make the point, I guess the Persian Gulf map's probably the most pertinent of as far as current events and all that type of stuff go right now, but that Syria one certainly creates a very interesting dynamic, especially now with the introduction of the F-16 in the fray. That's been a pretty big stomping ground for the Viper over the years, with I think Israel and Egypt running 16s, right? Egypt has some, I think maybe
so.
Question mark.
I think Egypt kind of has a hodgepodge of different things.
Yeah, they really do. They really do. Well, a lot of those Middle Eastern countries have, you know, danced with both the devils over the years and have, you know, Western and Eastern equipment kind of littering their military inventories for the most part.
Done Revan. Actually, from what I understand about the F-16, the F-16's flight model is actually really, really well done. From what I've talked to guys that have been through BMS and that understand, not just BMS, but understand the F-16's flight model. And there's a lot of documentation on the F-16 that the F-16's flight model is supposedly really well done. The issues that we run into with the F-16, and this is things that I think people are starting to figure out, is that the F-14 and the F-18, I think, and don't quote me on this, are a bit overpowered right now. The F-18 is a bit too fast, and the F-16 is able, the F-14 is able to pull too many Gs. So it leads us to believe that the F-16's flight model is wrong. But in actuality, I think a couple of the other flight models for things aren't really accurate. At least that's my thing on, you know, the F-18. When I say the F-18's flight model is wrong, what I mean is that the F-18 has a bit too much power. It's able, I don't think its drag is quite right yet, so just something to keep in mind. It's right on the verge. I think you can actually super cruise if it's clean, which I don't think is correct. It's just a bit too fast.
Yeah,
maybe not too fast, but the drag doesn't impact it well enough. And the other thing about the F-16 is I think there's a bug, and people have been talking about this. I think there's a bug with the F-16's gate. It's afterburner. I don't think it's fully modeled yet. I think it should actually have...
No, can't. I hope not. I hope not, because it does not look that impressive, I can tell you that much. Maybe it's not supposed to, but I thought it looked a little bit more vibrant than what we're seeing right now.
I think it's supposed to have a bit more power. I think.
I guess I'm just speaking to the look of the afterburner in F2. Just seemed rather lackluster.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the actual power.
Oh, yeah.
Show enough. The F-15, I don't know if its flight model is accurate, but if you look at the Su-27, there's a lot of people and a lot of documentation that shows or says the Su-27's flight model is actually pretty spot on. And it actually, it might overperform slightly, but it's pretty close to being how it should be in real life. So I think DCS, Eagle Dynamics, they do a pretty good job of modeling these aircraft. People kind of harp on them, but they do a really good job.
Yeah,
and I'm happy with
I can't speak to it too much,
with the position that Razbam's getting with the Mirage. I mean, the Mirage is coming in and getting in a way that it's flying, I think, a lot closer to what it actually should be doing. Especially as people gain a greater understanding of how that aircraft should actually be flying.
I'll tell you what, though, there's something about the Viper's cockpit that's just very cozy and inviting to it. You know, I heard a F-16 pilot, you know, he's like, you fit into it like a glove, like you wear that plane, and you really do feel that when you kind of get in this thing, as opposed to the Hornet, which is, it's got a little bit more elbow room and area to move around. The dash is a lot bigger and stuff. It just has a different feel to it, and I do enjoy it.
Well, and the other thing that the F-16 has is that bubble canopy, frameless canopy, is just amazing.
Jumper said last night, he's like, it feels like you're riding a motorcycle when you're flying this thing, man. And it does kind of have that feel to it, you know. It's pretty cool.
Knocktrack says the F-15A documentation is pretty damn close to what we see in the sim. Ooh, that F-14 just made Tal Hermit. He put on the brakes and fly right by. Pulled some Top Gun stuff right there. And at this point, he needs to not throttle down, and he needs to just get into the sustained fight at this point. Just pull him, jink, try and get into the 2 circle, and try and outdo that F-14. Don't go into the vertical. Don't try and fight him in that. But I think the guns ended up getting him. So now we're watching Stewart. But Stewart, I think, is dead. Stewart has no engines.
I hope they get the liveries going for that F-16 too, because it definitely is cool, but I didn't realize how much I was going to miss choosing a livery.
Yeah, they'll come around, especially if we're able to get the paint kit. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, the paint kit's big. They hopefully can need to get that out soon. I know I have some stuff I want to do in there. Although somebody did release the one skin that I really wanted, although it's probably not nearly as close to as accurate as everyone would like, but that's the Doug Masters F-16 Israeli, because those actually were Israeli F-16s in that movie. But yeah, it's that somebody put that out, so I was pleased to grab that for my
Don't slow down, flanker. Well, I guess it kind of worked. You got lucky there that he didn't go up and just stay behind you. That was lucky on your part. For anybody that's just joining, we're just hanging out at this point, talking about stuff. If you guys have anything that you want to hear our ridiculous or an insane opinion on, let us know in chat. The first match ended a bit early, so InSky took JG78 2-0 in 2 rounds in just under an hour. So right now we're hanging out on just Dogfight, watching some guys get on. Billy and I are just talking about things. Next round is set on schedule. It's going to start in an hour and 15 minutes between number 15 and 36 Stormo. So be aware that there's going to be another round. We're just hanging out right now. DJ Switch, I took down the noob meter because we're just chatting right now. And in all honesty, there's not a whole lot of noobish stuff going on just Dogfight. So that was an interesting maneuver, missing a wing, going up into a vertical, and then just, now he's turned into a, nope, he's in a flat spin. Inverted flat spin, de-eject yet? No, his pilot's dead. Tal Hermit is back in his F-16, coming head-to-head against another F-16. Nope, he's on the tail of him. So we'll have to see if he's able to come in. DJ Switch, we'll be bringing that back next week. That's going to be a feature. That'll be a staple coming in. I had a lot of fun doing that. They won't be long streams, but it'll be a thing coming in the future. Sorry. Just watching these guys get in. Tal Hermit's coming in on the 6 of this F-16. I don't know who that is, but he's got to stay behind him. Go up, brother. Go up. Lengthen your turn. Stay behind him. Tisden Michael, how was Folds of Honor? Folds of Honor was great. We went through 100 guys. We had no issues. And just from people donating to come into the tournament, we raised like $2,500 for the Folds of Honor charity. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to cast with Mover. The winner was Ace, who's actually in here. He's Sungho. He won. Stooge came in second, and then Dylan came in third. So it was a ton of fun. BFM, I announced during that stream and last week that BFM is going to be more of a staple coming forward. We're probably going to start it next year. We're going to have a BFM league like we do with Saytal, probably quarterly or biannually. That's going to go down, so be ready for that. Anybody that's into BFM, that is going to be a thing. That flanker, is he going to be able to pull out of that? He did pull out of it. And we're still riding around with Tao Herman. Still looking through chat. Dunraven says the Fort Sensing stick, I guess, is a bit strange compared to other jets. It is, but from what I understand, and I asked Mover this yesterday or last week, he said the F-16 stick, bar none, is the best out of any plane he's flown, and he's flown quite a few. And one thing I've noticed in the actual sim is that it seems like the sensitivity zones around the center of the gimbal with the stick in the F-16, it's much less sensitive like it would be in the real jet. So I don't know if that's intentional, but once you get to the outer limits, it's got a lot more saturation, it seems like, than the center part. Shonuff asks, how does the Viper compare to the Mirage in its current state? I don't know. I think the Viper has more power. Viper probably has a better sustained turn rate, I would imagine. But other than that, I don't know. I don't have much time in the Viper right now. I flew it for maybe 30 minutes, and then I've had a bunch of stuff going on.
It's tough to say until the IFF gets put in, because right now you spend majority of the time when you're flying anything of a serious nature in the F-16 trying to make sure you're not shooting down a friendly, which in the Mirage, that's a pretty... You're not worried about that for the most part.
Well, the Mirage's radar was broken last week.
It was, but it's still the determining whether you're going to shoot a friendly or not thing is just not a factor, which right now it's just, I guess it's just difficult to say with that being such a big issue in it at the moment.
But I don't know. I haven't flown enough. I haven't flown the F-16 in a combat environment yet. DJ Switch, I don't think it's broken. I think they fixed it, but I don't know. I don't fly the Mirage. Maybe some of the guys in chat that fly the Mirage can say whether it's still broken or not. I thought they fixed it. There were a lot of Mirage radar fixes in the patch notes from Thursday. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't look and see if that got adjusted or not.
But I have yet to fly the F-16 in a PvP combat environment, so I really can't weigh in on a lot of this stuff. I've flown against AI. The IFF, I really don't like shooting friendlies.
Yeah, no, we made sure we had someone GCIing for us like the majority of the time we were in there. In fact, the only time I had a team kill was when I shot Jumper down for the 20 minutes that we didn't have GCI. So if you have somebody kind of helping you call the shots and you know what you're shooting at and stuff, it's not hard. But if you're just in there, you're I mean, I don't know how anyone's figuring that stuff out. I mean, it's nice servers like Growling that allow you to see where the allied forces are on the map. You know, Jumper was saying add a binding to your HOTAS to hit F10, so you can quickly just look at the F10 as you're flying. Okay, no, that's not an enemy in front of me.
Yeah.
That
I
think is probably more effective. No, of course, nobody does, but it's effective. Although, you know, not as entertaining workaround, but definitely, like I said, we'll get the job done if you need.
So Navy Doc asks, if you have both the TM Cougar HOTAS and the TM Warthog HOTAS, which one do you recommend using while flying the F-16? I don't know. I don't
know enough about the Cougar base. I know that the Warthog base is, you know, I don't know if it's as complex as the Cougar base. I'm not sure how the two different bases differ. I know they look different, that's for sure.
They do look a bit different. The grips are slightly different, I think. Like, very slightly. Yeah. But I don't know. I've used them, like I've touched them, but I haven't used them in a sim.
I feel like there's more going on in the Cougar base, but I don't know. I know that the Cougar came out before the Warthog, so maybe the tech isn't as good. I don't know. That would be a good question for a tweet to Thrustmaster.
Imagine the form. Yeah, I did touch them. I put my hands and stroked them. It happened. You just
gripping all kinds of sticks.
Some of us just like that. Some of us, that's just what we're into. Any thoughts on Top Gun 2? I'm guessing that it was an Iranian F-14 at the trailer's end. I don't know.
Difficult to say. I mean, they clearly brought. I mean, could that be from a flashback sequence? Certainly possible. I think it was very deliberate that we couldn't see what the markings were on that F-14. So, to your point, certainly a possibility that an Iranian F-14. I know there was somebody who did a breakdown on what regions of the world they could be using for those mountain scenes. So I know that there was some stuff kind of brought up regarding that.
Well, my guess with this is that they end up pulling an F-14 out of storage or something like that. That would be my guess as this storyline.
We definitely, if you were following along with all the leaks and stuff during production, they had an F-14 on a deck, on a carrier deck in port that they were shooting with. So there's some sort of sequence we haven't seen involving a Tomcat on a cat. I think we can all agree that's probably going to be a flashback sequence, right? I don't think there's any way maybe they do somehow bring a Tomcat back, but I think they're smart enough to know that's gonna really kill it for a lot of people out there trying to pull some craziness like that off. So my guess is we see the Tomcat in a flashback, capacity, which that gives them a lot of leeway. They can do a lot with it, and especially with the CG and stuff, we'll probably see some statement as we get closer to that thing coming out. We're like, the only CG in this movie is the stuff you see with the Tomcat, or something along those lines. But definitely going to be interesting to see what goes on in the storyline of that movie. I can't think of a movie I've probably ever been as excited about or hyped up on as that one, regardless of whether it's good or not. I really don't even care. Just looking forward to watching all the jet porn.
One thing I noticed on this server, oh, there he is. Never mind. Somebody had a question. What planes would you like to see added to DCS from Tisden Michael?
That's definitely a wide range of answers.
A full 5 flanker.
I think there's two ways to ask that question. There's dream plane doesn't matter whether you can
what's realistic.
Is it what's realistic? Those are two entirely different questions with different answers to them, some overlapping, but nonetheless, what realistically versus what we can actually get, two totally
Grimmels,
different.
that's a good guess. That's a good guess. Got to go back to something analog. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But a full 5 flanker would be dope.
Agreed.
And that's entirely possible. It just can't come from ED.
Yeah.
Full 5 MiG-29 would be awesome.
I think the F4 is still a realistic possibility. I don't think that's
F4.
kind of, when you look at what goes into developing something like that, that's not nearly as complex as, say, this F-16. I mean, it's got its complexities, but...
Navy Doc saying the Intruder. I think people if they stay in DCS instead of going, military grade sim
commercial,
stuff, do the A6.
Be nice if they're not. Let's hope maybe they hand it off to somebody who can do it, because I certainly think it's well in the wheelhouse of probably one of the more deserving planes for DCS, especially with the side-by-side cockpit stuff. That'd be really cool.
Psycho says SR-71 wouldn't do a whole lot, but I need my speed. Dude, the maps in DCS aren't near big enough for
not that one.
You'd cross the map in like 30 seconds.
I always say the B-1 bomber, and people try to make that point there, but I still think it could serve its purpose. But yeah, the map sizes definitely do kind of put a damper on some of these larger airframes. Although I will still continue to make the point, if you brought in a KC-10 or a KC-135 module, the amount of people from the other corners of flight simulation that would migrate over to DCS be absolutely insane. It would be so cool to have people fly. You go in servers and people be fighting over trying to get the tanker slot in there. I feel like that would be the case. So it would be nice to have somebody, flying that thing and actually interacting with it instead of the AI that we all, I know, hate to deal with at times, because for whatever reason, it doesn't matter where I position that aircraft, he doesn't want to give me that drogue. Like, he just doesn't want to do it. It's like a constant fight to get that thing to come. But I would love to see a tanker module.
Yeah, C-130 I think is on the dream list for me.
Yeah, C-130 would be great.
It needs to happen. It needs to happen.
And then we can get Fat Albert. It would be real cool to the Blue Angels.
That would be cool.
And then, yeah, I don't know, you could do a lot of different stuff with that. It'd be cool for something like Blue Flag, where you have the ability to resupply bases and stuff like that, and it would really add this like logistical network going on that needs to kind of be protected and stuff like that. That was always something I had dreamed about when we used to play on there a lot. Or even a C-17. I know there's a decent one for X-Plane.
Yeah.
I say decent. It's not great, but it's doable.
The cargo aspect of DCS is just a little
lacking. Yeah.
Well, it's just nobody's looked into it yet. It's true. An untapped market segment that they really need to look into. There's a lot of potential there. I mean, a lot of servers.
I totally agree with that.
They need to
totally agree with that.
And I don't know how complex you would need to make it. You just need to be able to, I mean, look at all the helicopters where people are happy just, with the CL mod or whatever they do.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need a whole lot there. I think that's a very valid point. Like, you don't need a lot. You just need something to make it, more functional than it is right now.
Right.
No, I think the old adage that people just want to get on and fight and drop bombs is dated, because I think there's a lot of different people who want to do a lot of different things within the DCS world, and you really hope to see that they get the opportunity to do that, as time progresses with this whole thing.
The more a lot of people fly, the more they just enjoy flying. The problem ends up being, like in servers like Blue Flag and a lot of the dynamic stuff, is that the guys that enjoy flying long distances, it becomes less fun when the other team doesn't have to do it, because you are constantly flying a long way, and then you're dealing with guys that can just die and then take off again.
Yeah.
Where if they weren't able to do that, or they had to fly a long way, I'm all for that. It doesn't bother me at all, instead of taking 2 or 3 really quick sorties, to just have to take one really long one. Fuel management, your altitude, all of that stuff becomes much more a factor, and I think it's really underestimated, especially in the P2P part of it, or PvP part of it, how many people want to do that.
I agree, and frankly, I'd like to see a server like Growling Sidewinders with that type of population to it that does have a little bit more of like a realistic scenario kind of laid out, and a little bit more along those lines, where it does require a bit more coordination and effort to kind of go in and make it happen in there, as opposed to just kind of getting up and getting into these instantaneous merges, which is fun. And I think DCS needs to have a varying level of servers throughout it for different people at different entry points. But I'll make the point that it does feel like we're missing a more of a advanced server with a server with a high population count for the advanced players and users within the community. It definitely feels like there's a bit of a gap.
We are making one. Kazansky has been working on one. The idea behind it is there's not going to be capturable airfields, because that kind of gets rid of the problem that we see of people being able to take off from closer, and it just gets kind of gamey, right? So the idea behind it is that instead of capturing them, you just disable them. You hit them. You can't use them anymore. It's like they're
conquer them for you, if you will. Yeah.
So the idea behind it is that instead of airfields, you have targets like a real world would have. Like a real military would have to be hit. You may have a power plant. You may have like an SA-10 SAM battery and stuff like that. And instead of each airfield having its own specific SAMs, like the same SAMs in each one, you have more of a SAM net. So you may have a couple SA-10s on the northern coast that guard a specific area, and then the airfields may have smaller SAM networks, and then the SA-10s off a different point will have, SA-8s in certain areas, and the SAMs will also be mobile. So they won't be in the same place all the time, and you have to track them and actually use Seed or Wild Weasel to locate them and then neutralize them. And on top of that, there's a script in there that makes the SAMs much, much more effective, because they don't just sit on all the time. They're going to turn the radar off, and then they're going to turn it on, because modern SAM networks would be able to do this. They're going to turn it on when you're within, a PK where they can realistically kill you instead of launching, from 40 nautical miles away for a Hawk that isn't going to be able to do anything. So that's coming. That's in the testing stages right now, and I think it'll be a big deal. We're going to run that on the 64 DCS World Events servers, and I think it'll be really good. And I think Kazansky's building it so that you can reverse sides. Like every time the mission runs, you're going to flip sides so that it's not this constant of just blues on the north and reds on the south or vice versa. It's you flip each time. And it's not about conquering the mission and one team having to conquer the whole map. It's more of the mission's going to be up for a week, and whoever attacks and destroys the most objectives ends up winning, because once an objective is dead, it doesn't come back. Because if you destroy an airfield, right, and bomb a runway or something, you don't really come back from that. It's really hard to fix, several foot deep craters in your runway. That doesn't get fixed instantaneously with a team.
I think at the fastest you're looking at 24 to 48 hours before some repairs like that are, I think in a quick turnaround you could expect within 12 to 24 those runway repairs can be made, and depending on how much is left to actually repair, that type of thing.
Yeah.
At least in the real world. But I know that is a big thing. Being able to come out and repair a runway fast is certainly something that gets looked in.
Yeah. But in our environment, I mean, I would say once an airfield is dead, it should be dead. I mean, it shouldn't be coming back from it. Just to simplify
it also
things,
makes it more fun to come through it.
Yeah. It'd
be nice to be able to get some sort of reward or feedback for snake eyeing a runway or something like that,
Absolutely. It makes it more satisfying to hit an airfield. Where you're actually, instead of just having to fly over and take out aircraft that are taking off, you just disable the airfield. Like you just take it out. Like the Vulcan did in the Falkland Islands, right?
Pretty much,
bombs, it had one or two hit the runway and it was disabled. Somebody asked, Missing in Action asks, any thoughts on getting a Eurofighter Typhoon or a Gripen? No.
Got a better shot at a J-10 from Deca than you do a Eurofighter.
That's not going to happen.
I mean,
a Gripen maybe.
A J-10 would be absolutely amazing. I would take that any day of the week. But I think it's unrealistic with the other stuff. The best, maybe a J-10.
Shaunuff says DCS Bulldozer DLC coming in 2020.
There you go.
We're going to have the ground crews.
I'll tell you what would be really cool, though, to see something like what we're seeing in this Microsoft Azure with the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 stuff, to see them make those type of systems available to a developer like DCS. So imagine if DCS could get their hands on utilizing that type of cloud computing and that type of satellite imagery. I think what you could see a company like EDI create from that for DCS World would be absolutely amazing, and really seems like the conduit to take things to that world scale that we hear them reference every so often. That's, I think, to me, the most viable transition to something like that. Is it's going to have to require cloud computing on a pretty high level. I think we'd both agree on that, right?
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. But as a stopgap, I think DCS finishing up the Vulcan API,
very true,
I think will be awesome.
And I think you can make the point that in order to move and transition into platforms and things of that nature, getting something like Vulcan implemented is a pretty big thing. Like that's going to help quite a bit when going into doing stuff like that.
DirectX 12, right?
Yeah,
and
I believe you're heading a little bit out of my wheelhouse there.
You actually gain some visual fidelity, I think, as well as FPS from the Vulcan API. So a couple other topics. Foxtrot Alpha says, would it be blasphemy to allow the Su-27 to carry the R-77? Probably. You'd have too many people up in throwing a fit. I mean, the J-11 that we have in game never carried it. I think it was actually a different model, but they kind of put some Deca. I like the fact that Deca is not afraid to take a bit of leeway. Like the JF-17 that we're getting, I don't think had data link.
No,
but they put it on there. It didn't have an HMS,
right, yeah.
but we're getting it. That wasn't until Block 3. So I like those bit of leeways because it's probably the same, airframe. There's just a bit of, electronics that are a bit different. and they've taken some leeways and kind of maybe fudged a few things
I
to
don't.
make that possible.
Yeah, and I don't. Frankly, it wouldn't bother me if ED did more of that. The melding of different blocks when it comes to making a module like that. Like I am not the type of person where like I need a block 50. I need it to be exactly the way the block 50 was, and no, like I'm just not that person, and I feel like you end up shortchanging yourself by kind of not wanting some of those other things that you don't necessarily have to use or have to implement when with whatever you're doing with the F-16, but will make other people's lives easier. I'd like to see more of that done, but specifically between the blocks. Like I don't think I'm not lobbying or advocating for something that shouldn't be on the plane to be on the plane, but if it's from one block to another, that truly does not bother me very much at all.
So a couple more questions. Disney 650 asks, why would there be complaining about the Su-27 having the adder? Have you met the DCS community? Folly Daw says, here's a good discussion topic. Has the last fighter pilot already been born?
I don't think so. I don't think that adage. I mean, maybe as we get deeper down the road, but I feel like there are people who were born like during that time who are now going in to become fire pilots when they used to say that, like when I was younger. So I don't know. I feel like there probably will come a time where that phrase has more meaning. I don't know if we're there yet now, but I still think 20 years from now we probably will see people piloting of some sort, right? 18 to 20 years from now probably be a good way of,
you would think, because the B-52's in service for God knows how long.
Yeah.
The A-10 was just extended for I don't know how long.
Even if they did come up with a platform that was tried, tested, that didn't require a pilot, it'd be 40 years before we implement that across the board to where we don't need people piloting. I mean, yeah, you're getting into pretty serious hypotheticals at this moment.
Folly Daw says, well, the question supposes the implementation of direct energy weapons. Yeah, but we've thought that stuff about a lot of different things with different weapons that have come out, and there's always been countermeasures that have, come out to mitigate, at least in some capacity, certain things. I mean, chaff, flares. People will probably put like some type of reactive lens armor or something on aircraft that'll somehow defeat energy weapons, or different types of deployable water vapor or something that
I saw using lasers
energy
as a countermeasure for incoming SAMs and missiles, just using direct energy lasers to just eliminate.
I'm talking about defeating energy weapons themselves.
Oh, yes, okay.
Clouds of vapor, smoke screens, all that kind of stuff that light or energy can't get through at certain levels. So I think you have this constant battle of weapon versus anti-weapon.
And there was that big article that came out this week about the German company being able to track the stealth. But I mean, if you look into that, there was a lot of factors involved in that, knowing the time of when the aircraft was going to take off and all that type of stuff. Like, that I saw that when you actually start reading, talk about a clickbaity headline, you actually start reading what those guys did, and it's like, wow, I mean,
of course, if you can see it, you're gonna be able to track it. Oh shit. Well, if it knows where it is and it knows where it isn't, then it knows where it is that it isn't.
Yeah. I mean,
come on, man.
It was just like the amount of parameters they listed off that like had to be right for them to be able to do it. It was like, okay, yeah. Of course, you get all of this stuff together. You get intelligence, knowing when the aircraft is leaving, and all this stuff. Yeah, of course, you're going to be able to do a bit.
Guys, we're going to put a plane on it and just follow it with our eyeballs. We can now see a stealth aircraft.
It's not stealth.
It's not
no longer stealth anymore, right? Like, it's ridiculous.
What do you think the B-21's going to be like?
Well, I know that they just did they started building the special hangar for it. I forget what base it was at, but I know that there was sat images of the new installation for it, and I believe it is bigger than, because for those that don't know, the B-2 has its own custom hangars, these very specific hangars they use. At Whiteman, which is near you, right? I believe, yeah.
Yep.
So
I saw them this year.
Yep. So these new hangars, I believe, are a little bit bigger, so that can lead to the speculation that maybe the plane is bigger. May not necessarily be the case.
Smaller.
Yeah, that could also be possible too. That there's just more maintenance, more facilities surrounding the support of the aircraft that need to be encased in that special hangar. But I mean, we're getting close to something like that. I would assume if that hangar is being built and all that type of stuff. So maybe within the next year or two, we actually get a glimpse of that bad boy. I'm assuming it's gonna look pretty similar, but with just a little bit different design, right?
Yeah, it does. I think there's already been some things released about it, what it looks like. There's been some pictures of it. Sharko says it was actually tracked, the stealth was actually tracked on radar, but it wasn't a combat radar, it was for air traffic control. And something else that we don't...
There was a lot of factors involved in
but something else
how
that
that
you got to consider, guys, is that the radar, the stealth aircraft have slats and stuff that make them show up on that stuff, at least from what I understand from the guys that I've talked to in ATC, that they allow themselves to show up in environments where they need to be tracked. So that's things that you also need to consider, that just because it's being seen by a radar, I don't know if that's... I don't know anything about this.
There's just a lot of factors that go into that type of
speculation
stuff.
on my part.
Any blog can throw up a real quick headline and say something like that and cause a stir, cause a buzz. But when you start digging down into the actual realities of it, it's not necessarily the situation.
Well, looks like Escape Taxi took his Su-27 here on Just Dogfight and put it out to pasture, as it's sitting next to some some seed silos and on a farm. Interesting. Guess it's an early retirement for that one. It's a barn find now. It's just constant mayhem over here on the guns portion of Just Dogfight. So next match between number 15 and 36 Stormo is going to take place in about 45 minutes. I'm going to give this another 15 minutes, then I'm going to go get some food. And I'll put up a timer, and we'll get ready for the next matchup. But we're going to hang out for another 15 minutes before then.
Excellent. I need some food.
Shonuff says if a B2 is in combat AO, it's practically invisible. It is. It's got like the radar cross-section of a bug or something like that. Something stupid. Boiler chasing an F-16. Yeah, Sharko, nothing's invisible. Very true. But undetectable via certain parameters, maybe. I mean, they show up, but just filtering it out for background noise is next to impossible. That's certain with our current technology, I think. But I could be wrong. I'm just spouting nonsense. Just watching Boiler chase him down. I want to know, Billy, how people come up with their aliases.
You're talking about the call signs of the DCS world?
Yeah, like where do they come from?
I chose mine because the moment I realized Tim Robbins was Merlin in Top Gun, it was a no-brainer at that point. I have seen that movie 1,000 times and never realized it was fucking Tim Robbins.
So you just had to go with it?
Had to go with it at that point.
But like Cosby Spike, or Delete, or Serpent, or Shark 46, or I saw a guy a couple days ago. His name was Apis. Like I started calling him Apis the Anus. I don't know.
I used to love when we'd be on Arma and you would see someone who just never changed their profile name, and it's like John's Computer.
Yeah.
Those were always the
That
best.
was good. That was like, here's one, Bobik CZVR. Bobik. Is that
And
your
you gotta
last
love the
name?
guys who are like Twitch TV, YouTube. Check at me all on my handle. It's all here. I don't have an actual name. It's just advertisement.
Go to Twitch TV. Bobbit. Like, do people actually do that? I guess it works, or people wouldn't do it.
I mean, I can imagine if like you got into a dogfight with him, and it was like, oh, that was crazy. You'd probably want to go. You can go watch it then by seeing that at that point. So it's probably some sort of theory to that at that point, right?
Gargantuan says, I love the guys who feel the need to share with everyone they have VR in their call sign. You got VR, you got to let people know.
You have to. It's like playing BMS. You're required to tell everyone in the room you played BMS and that you know everything about the Falcon. It's standard these days.
Southern Jumper asks, how did I get Mordor? Moltar. How did I get that? It started with the original Alien versus Predator game that came out a long time ago, and we decided that we wanted to form a clan, and all of us were going to be named from Space Ghost. All of us had different names. So somebody was Brack, somebody was Zorak, somebody was Moltar, somebody was Space Ghost. Everybody had different names from that show, and that's where it came from. And that's what I've always used since then, forever. So that's the story behind mine. Nothing really interesting behind it. There's no like story or anything. That's just what ended up happening and how I got it.
It's interesting.
Imagination
Because,
says he's going to put X52 track IR in his call sign.
X52 track IR. I'm gonna put no track IR. I use the positional hat to look around while I dogfight.
I'm amazed that certain people can do that.
Do people do that? It's yeah. I don't. It's there's no way you're actually that effective versus somebody who can look that quickly. I mean, maybe like BDR, but the moment you get into a merge, there's no way. There's just no way. Unless you padlock or something like that. But
yeah, I know some guys that are really good that use hats that are disgustingly good.
Maybe it's just something. I guess. I mean, listen. At the end of the day, when you do anything enough times in repetition and that type of thing, you can probably make it effective, right? But I'm good on all that. I'm good. I'll save the money up to get the track IR and call it a day. I will say, as much as the VR, so I can't do the VR. I don't think I will ever be a VR guy. I will always be on my track IR.
I probably will be. I don't know. I don't think my brain can do it.
I don't like having to think on my head. It's like I used to work in VR at a company that made VR products. Yeah. So all the different headsets I would have on at various times in a project, and for prolonged periods, and I just never liked it. It just never was something that grew on me. I totally understand the benefits specifically for something like DCS and the immersion aspect of it. I definitely get that. So I wouldn't knock it for anyone who's if it's your thing, it's your thing. But for me, it's just all the different combined factors in it. I just don't enjoy it. It just takes away. I just want out of the thing once I have it on after a few minutes. So
Controller, your call sign was an obvious choice pyramid. If you think about it, it will be obvious. You were part of a pyramid scheme? Is that why? Southern Jumper says, so how about these choppers coming?
The Polychop. Well, no, the Polychop put out a screenshot yesterday of the Kiowa, or not I guess it was a screenshot. Shadow. I don't even remember. Shadow, if you will. Yeah, of a Kiowa, which that would be a lot of fun. So maybe it'll actually have a gas tank that works too.
We'll have to see.
Only time will tell, right?
Southern Jumper asks if I'm filming the 32v32 event tomorrow. No. I would assume Maverick will probably do something. I am not.
That should be fun.
I can only
really looking forward to that one.
Little bits of this, guys. So after I finish streaming, I am exhausted, and it takes me several days to recover. So it's pretty tiring. So Sunday, when I do Sunday and stuff, you guys see a pretty good facade. I'm pretty tired under there, and come the next week, I'm like dead. So no, I will not be streaming it. There's no DCS or there's no Saytal or anything tomorrow. Fight for Honor's done. We'll be doing some streams this week with the Growling Sidewinder stuff, but Saytal is going to be it for this weekend.
I just realized that I'm sitting in an F-16 right now, and I turn around, and the company that makes the buckles for the F-16's seat is like literally up the road from my house. I was like, I've seen that logo before. Yeah, and I just looked it up. It's like down the street from my house.
Funny when you realize the little things.
Yeah, right? It's like I turn around and glance at it, and I was like, wait a minute. I've seen that.
Sparkum's got something on his tail. Looks like an eagle. No. Hornet. No. F-16. Maybe. Can't really tell. There's a lot of stuff behind him. F-16's got an F-16 and a turkey behind him. So he's dragging the train. Jumper, it's I just enjoy it. I figure if you do anything long enough, I streamed Arma for quite a long time before I got into DCS, so it's, I don't know, I just enjoy it. Maybe it's the making fun of people that I enjoy the most. Interesting move done by Sparkum. He's now on the 6th of this F-16, but the F-16 may put out the brakes and cause him to fly by. No, Sparkum's able to bleed enough energy and stay behind him. Just take your time, Sparkum. Don't try and get the gunshot immediately. Try and get into a good position. Or you could break off and allow the F-16 to come back in on your 6. This seems like a good stopping point. So what's going to happen, I'm going to put the timer back up. I'm going to go grab some grub. And then we will be back with the number 15 versus 36 match. Then 104th versus 36 is going to be taking place at the same time. So, guys, another event, another match coming up here in about 35 minutes. So stay tuned. Timer's coming up here now. So get ready for more competitive DCS action. See you guys back here in just a bit. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Saytal. The 1700 match is upon us. We ran into a bit of an issue. 36 didn't have enough pilots to be able to field teams for Diamond or Gold League. So what ends up happening is we're going to run a friendly Gold League rules between 104th and number 15, just to make sure that we get something going and to give these guys something to fly. Oh, they're not loading because they're waiting for people to load in. I see. I got you. Okay, so again, 36 wasn't able to get enough pilots to go for either the Gold League or Diamond League. So what ended up happening is I said, hey, I really don't want to put you guys through that. Nobody wants to fly with half the numbers per league. It's not fun. So I just said, hey, don't worry about it. We'll just pit 104th against number 15 in a 4v4 friendly. And that's what's going to happen. This is going to be a
Diamond
good matchup.
v Gold. This
Diamond
is nice.
v Gold.
This is new.
But number 15 was a Diamond League competitor last year.
Oh,
so
gotcha. That's right. They were.
Something to think about and something to remember. Looks like they're missing the stuff. So I'm going to send this to them. So it looks like 104 just hasn't loaded in yet, so we're just waiting on them to load in. Tiger just requested the IP and port information again to get into the server. So number 15 last year was in Diamond League. They didn't do so hot, so we allowed them to move down to Gold League, and they've done really well in Gold League. So these guys have fought each other before. This is nothing new going into this. And again, guys, there's going to be some voice issues going on here. With my mouth not matching up with my voice, or maybe that was just some of you saying that it didn't match up. I don't know, but that's what's going on. So that's what we're gonna see. Somebody dropped Half-Inch Soul dropped $30 in donations. It was $10 times 3. Brother, dude,
that's nice.
Big shout outs. I don't know if you
For
meant to do
real.
it 3 times. If you didn't, I am more than happy to refund you. Sometimes I know that there are issues that go down where you think something went through, you push a button one too many times, so I want to make sure that that's correct. But so you guys don't have to look at my ugly face anymore. Let's jump in and see what these guys are going to be flying. This, I think, is going to be a NATO versus Eastern Bloc or Red Bloc matchup. So let's jump into the server, see what these guys are going to be flying, and get this shebang underway. Yeah? Here we go. Billy, you have any idea of how this is going to go down? I mean, we watched these guys fly last year against one another at least once. I don't remember the matchup in particular, but how do you think this is going to go? You got a team that's dominating Diamond League right now, coming up against a team that, what are they ranked right now in Gold League? Blah, 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 blah. Where's number 15? They're ranked 4th in Gold Leagues. They're doing decently. This is just a friendly, so it's not like it's going to be a huge. It's not going to impact them at all if they don't come out on top. It's not going to impact them if they don't win, or if they win, unfortunately.
Well,
but how do you think this is going to go? You've got NATO aircraft coming from 104th primarily, and then Red Bloc or Eastern Bloc coming from number 15.
Indeed. I'm not sure. I think we're gonna. Depends on. Where each of these teams decide they want to take this fight to. Does number 15 utilize those mountains in a similar way to what we just saw InSky do? I think that was effective. I think, frankly, one of the probably better strategies when you're coming out of Bandera Boss and moving in that direction. Does 104th come in and be as aggressive as we normally see them? My guess is so, which is going to make that type of strategy a little bit more difficult. I know right now those 104th guys don't really have a problem getting in those mountains and mixing it up, and then they're pretty good at doing it too. So that's also a factor there as well. I think this is going to be fast and furious. That's about my gut reaction on it. What about yourself?
Right. I think this is going to be a brawl. Typically in the past, we've seen number 15 take jammers. A lot of jammers. But jammers really don't do anything against F-15s. I don't know if it's how it's supposed to be, but the jammers are, they don't work. The F-15s, I think, can just see right through.
Miles?
No, I don't think they work really at all against F-15s. I don't think they do anything.
Gotcha.
And I don't know that it does anything against F-14s or F-18s. If they take flankers, if 104th were to take a bunch of flankers, then obviously it does impact how the radar looks, and they can be jammed. In the burn through is about 40 kilometers, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. So what are these guys taking? 104th is going to be taking a hodgepodge of different things. So they got an F-15, an F-14, a J-11, and that's it right now. So I don't know what the other one's going to be taking. Probably an F-15.
And I got to step away for one moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, Billy's Food's here. Billy's Food is here. But guys, how do you think this match is going to go? So we're seeing Diamond versus Gold in an unorthodox matchup. Do you think this is going to be a routing? Do you think this is going to be pretty close? It's the same mat we played on earlier, so Bandar versus Alain. How do we think this is going to go, chat? What's your guys' idea about how this is going to go? Portable, do you live right next to Merlin? Are you guys neighbors, but you don't know your neighbors? And you're both really into DCS, but you don't know it? You're actually future best friends, but you just haven't met yet? Is that what's happening? Oops. That's not what I want, because I'm modifying a camera.
And I'm back with.
We don't want that. So we are going to minimize these cameras so I don't mess with them. Well, looks like Moltar done goofed, and I set the player limit wrong. So I'm going to fix that. So I got to restart the server. Billy, but do you think the J11s are going to be able to come at it? Looks like 104, from what I gathered through chat, is going to be taking... we're going to jump back to the...
214?
They're going to be taking 214. So do you see them...
Ooh.
Do you see the J11s being effective? That's 4 Phoenixes. We've seen the Phoenix be fairly effective. But do we see them being effective? The J11s against the 14s, or the 14s against the J11s?
Really, it's going to be about those guys being able to predict those Phoenix shots and really be able to evade and run down those Phoenixes. Once those are out of the picture, the J11s, I think, really have the advantage in this whole thing. And with the fact that there's 2 14s in play, I would definitely be trying to work low into those mountains.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, you kind of have to go low when you're coming up against Phoenixes. And guys, ignore Moltbot. Moltbot's drunk. I don't know why he's bitching about DCS World Events attack fee being on 2. That's not true. Moltbot's lying. It's a
he's always on is that bullshit, dude. Always, man.
I know.
Always.
He's so full of shit. I don't know why he does that. He just lies all the time. I hate people that lie, and he does nothing but lie. What a crapper. What a terrible person. So the server's back up. Guys should be loading in here. Let's talk about the standings in these 2 matchups, particularly in Diamond League. So 104th, they have not lost yet. 104th is undefeated. They've lost 1 round. They lost it against who did they lose that against? 51st. They lost it against 51st. Their kill to death ratio is pushing 2.0. And something else that I want to point out is Ta flew against Chinese Festival. That matchup was a disaster. There was a substantial amount of lag that happened, so much so that planes were invisible to other people in the server. Missiles weren't being shown. The RWR wasn't triggering supposedly. So there was just massive issues with desync and lag. So that match is going to be reflown at the end of December. So that, I want everybody to be aware of that. And that leads me to the next thing of next year and what we're going to do about next year. I think what's going to end up happening next year is we are going to ban, and this is where I'm leaning right now, I'm probably going to ban VPNs because it seems like the clients that VPN have massive issues with desync. and it ruins the experience for really anybody that they're flying against. And I know it sucks, and this is an international competition, so it sucks that that has to happen, and I know it's going to limit the number of people that can get into the matches, but I feel like it's necessary in order to make the competition as fair as possible. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. I am also debating on lowering the ping limit from 300 to 250. So that is also a thing. And I want to say that I know that that's going to limit people that can participate, but when you start partaking in competitive play with ping limits like that, or pings of that nature, and VPNs, you're really not affecting yourself. You're affecting everybody that's trying to kill you, and it makes it very, very difficult. Portable Corpse, I don't know. We're just gonna have to see what ends up happening on whether they're able to work around that or not. I'm not entirely sure. But these guys are back in, so let's jump back into the server. I think I fixed it for everybody. Let's jump back into the server and see if we've corrected the issue. So I raised the limit from 16 to 64. So I think they should be okay now. And unfortunately, I've got to get the third-person cameras back up. We're gonna bring them back on. And I got to connect to them. So Billy, how do you think this match is gonna go while I'm doing that? Do you think 60 or 51st has it in them to take on the 51st? Do you think 51st is just gonna steamroll?
Well, my guesstimate here is it's going to really depend on whether these guys come out the gate and rip those Phoenixes, how they manage the limited stores there, and where they utilize those things. I would assume the flankers are going to be doing what they can to stay as hidden as possible and try to draw in those 15 or 14s into that that elevation near Kassab, and try to pick them off slowly. I mean, that I think would be my strategy.
Is there any way, if they try to do that they're just going to pay for that and end up dying?
Certainly.
I mean, if you get low and 104 stays high, you're kind of setting the precedent that you're giving up that altitude, right? And if they come in and you don't sort on them first, it's going to make it really difficult and put you in a nigh unrecoverable position to be able to do anything about it, at least in my eyes. What are your thoughts on that? If they get caught low,
data link?
Yeah,
no?
it does.
So now I don't fly that airframe a lot, so I mean, I guess this is definitely a question for you here. Does that, being in those mountains, how much of a situational awareness do you have on approaching fighters while you're low in those mountains? Is it easy to lose that data link connection once you start getting low into those valleys?
It can be. The J11's data link is definitely kind of finicky. Finicky meaning, it's not, I don't think it's as accurately simulated as the F-18's is.
Yeah,
so there are
fair
times when if you're low, you definitely have the ability to see things when your opposition may not. That's definitely a possibility. People are confused about what's going on. 104 does not have a gold team. This is the 104 Diamond team flying a friendly against number 15 because 36 did not have enough pilots. So we're going to say that again. I'll say that repeatedly. That is what's going on. I fixed the cams on the multicam. So if you guys want to partake in that, where's the cursor? If you guys want to partake in that, use the command !cams to be able to view everything going on at the same time. And for anybody that's new, what we're talking about is there are dedicated cameras for specific pilots, and the cameras allow you to follow along with those specific pilots for the duration of this round. We're going to ride along with number 15 this round, and the next round we're going to move over to 104th. So for the entirety of this round, you're going to be able to watch from the dedicated perspective of the number 15 pilots, or those three. I don't have four, so you're missing one of them, but that's what's going on. So that's what those are. Umkunto just posted the cams link. The big link for multi-stream is the one that you want to watch used if you want to watch them all at the same time. So you're gonna be able to see the main stream that I'm casting on, and then the dedicated streams, and then the main chat. So that's what's going on. That's the new thing. Huge shout outs to all the people that donated that made those possible. Really, as soon as I got the donations, you guys have been hugely helpful in the donations today. All of that's just going straight into the bank and to get more workstations, baby, to making more dedicated cameras to bring everything in. Greg, there will be no Diamond League. This is the final match. There will be no Diamond League today. It was going to be all Gold League, but 36 was not able to fly. So we're seeing Diamond League and Gold League come together. Number 15 says they're ready, just waiting on 104th to get ready. Bullet loves to make it hail, man. He's throwing pennies on stage. He's giving me a Canadian hailstorm. He's nice, but he makes it hurt while being nice. Let's catch up on all the follows that we got and the subs. So Steve099, back for 5 months with a tier 1 sub. Shonuff dropped another tier 1 sub, back for 2 months. Much appreciated. And then everybody with the bits that came in, or with the follows. We've got Banished Guardian. Oh, Gorlo came in with the prime sub. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Hidden Token, Carrera, Sabako, Cookie, Obi-Wan, Heaven and Clouds, Auberus, Electro Bull, Nad, Sillin, Minnow Guy, Desi J02, Richie Rich, and Carl. Thank you for the follows. Hopefully you guys are enjoying what you've seen and what you are about to see. It's going to be a good show. Let's check. Stooge isn't flying. He said he's not flying. So this is going to be traditional Red 4 versus Blue 4. No Bullet. I don't think it's Canadian, but he's throwing pennies. He's making it hail. So he's being nice about throwing hard objects at me because he's donating. So I called it a Canadian hailstorm. It's like a hailstorm that wants to be nice. It's trying to be nice, but it's painfully nice. Right? Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah,
sense
no,
in my
I'm
head.
with you on that. I'm with you on that. It's painfully kind.
Yeah, painfully kind. That's a good way to put it. Diesel says multicam is amazing, dude. I
It is
think
pretty nice.
it's awesome. I think it's this is something that we've been missing. Perspective 3 is what? Did I mess something up?
Yeah, I would say check 2. 1 and 3 look like they may need to be adjusted just a bit. I'm seeing the inside of an aircraft and what looks to be the inside of an exhaust.
Hold on. It's because they're on the runway.
Yeah, I figured that much. Yeah,
You just got to bear with it, guys. It's just because they're lined up on the runway and the camera is in another aircraft. So just be aware that the camera is set correctly. It's just you're inside of another plane. So just bear with it. It'll make sense when these guys take off. Just hang out. It's not going to be perfect the whole time. But yeah, traditional Red 4 versus Blue 4 as far as aircraft are going. Diesel, we've got a multicam link, so if you do multi-stream, ! Multi-stream, you can watch them all at the same time. They're smaller, but you can watch all the links at the same time through a multi-stream. So it's definitely a thing. Ragorian says, awesome to see the dream becoming a reality, though, man. I've been talking about these multicams for a long time, and the biggest holdup was money and being able to do it. I'm limited as far as funds to be able to make things possible, and the biggest limiting factor when you're streaming, especially streaming multiple things, is not multicam, Indian, multi-stream. I'm going to add a bunch of commands that do the same thing so that people can get it. Is it not? What's it doing? It's not giving it to you? Maybe it's on cooldown. I guess chat's just taking a while. You guys
Stooge also with a beautiful airshow display going on. He's got the smoke out right now. Just did a low pass over the runway.
Just putting it on. Let's go check them out. I think we're waiting on the F-14s to get ready. Where is Stooge?
Pesky alignment. He's got one engine on. He's just blowing blue smoke right now.
Look at him. Look at him get that on.
Just knife passing the runway left and right.
Just getting it on.
Just get it.
It'd be a perfect culmination if he just lawn darted right now. No, it wouldn't, but
he's got that smoke on. It looks good.
But enough about Stooge. Let's jump back up and watch number 15 get off this runway. Just going to confirm that number 15 is ready. They were waiting for a bit. Says they're ready. So this is the fights on and the go, go, go. And we are underway here in this round one of this friendly matchup between number 15 and 104th. Gold League versus Diamond League in a 4v4. Red block versus blue block aircraft. And I have no idea who's going to come out on top of this one, Billy. I'm giving an edge to 104th at this point. Just because looking at their standings, they're ranked number one in Diamond League. And I can't realistically say that they don't have it in them to come out on top.
No doubt about it. They are clearly the king of the standings right now, and that certainly should be recognized when doing that. So I would tend to edge my my bet on them if I was putting money on one of these two right now. We'll see though. I can imagine number 15 is not they're not new to this by any stretch.
No.
As you stated before, they flew Diamond League last year, so they're familiar with 104th and flying against. So we'll see. We'll see what number. I think number 15's strategy here is going to be the one to look out for. I think we all really know what we're going to get out of 104th and what they do and how they do it. It's going to be how does number 15 come in and prepare themselves to take that on.
Yeah. Blaze return to spectators.
That's a problem. I'm seeing he just occupied a blue F-15. F-14 rather.
Not entirely sure what happened there. We'll see. We'll see what ends up going down. It's a friendly, so we're not taking this as serious. Toppy Dopey, yes, there is wake turbulence, so that is a thing. You don't have to wait quite as long as they were waiting, but wake turbulence is definitely a thing coming into this. What they like to do, what number 15 likes to do, is they like to establish the distance between their flights off the runway. They don't like to turn around. They like to establish this on departure. So that's one reason why they wait so long. And if we go look at them, they're going to be separated by like 20 miles or something, somewhere around there. 10 nautical miles, so it's a little over. But that's the thing. They do it off departure. So they have all four. They've got 4 pilots. I don't know what the deal is with Blaze. Maybe it was a Rio. I don't know, but I'm not entirely worried about it in a friendly. I mean, if Jester's in there, I want to have something to watch instead of having everybody wait for all this stuff. So that's what's going on. So let's get right along with the number 15 side. We're right along with Cougar and his wingman. Who's his wingman? Vertical Charlie. Ingressing towards the AO.
In the movie, it's Maverick.
It's Maverick. Yes. In the movie, Merlin, they're not flying flankers.
That's true. That is very true.
Cougar may be lagging out. I don't know. Cougar's lagging out. Guys, your pings and your connections are terabad and Cougar disconnects. Ooh. No!
There'll be no saving Cougar today.
No. Rip. Can we get some F's in chat for Cougar disconnecting? Because that is a sad day. And that's going to put number 15 at a disadvantage.
All right.
Drunken Bear, let me read back what you guys said 30 minutes ago. You guys are working on a dynamic campaign. Well, dynamic in a sense. I mean, it's not like BMS dynamic. I can't say that. It's the campaign that we're working on is, or I'm not working. I can't say we. It's Kazansky. The campaign that is being worked on by them it's like Blue Flag in a sense. Excuse me, but airfields aren't capturable They're just destroyable. You can just blow them up. So the idea is not the idea, but the airfields we feel make it kind of gamey, where you capture them and then it allows people to get on scene really fast, and that's not really how the real military works. And it provides a substantial benefit to one side when it ends up happening. So the objectives are, you got to blow shit up, and that's what we want. Everything is gauged on how many targets you're able to kill. So that's what everything is geared around. The SAMs are much more effective. There's some scripts that make them more effective. Not longer range, but they turn the radars on and off, so they're not as susceptible to seed. They don't waste as much of their missiles, all that stuff. So that's kind of what's going on. I'm not entirely sure how it's all going to go, because Kaz has been doing a lot of this work by himself. I'm really excited for it, but that's what's coming up. So we're just watching 104th Ingress, and typically what we've seen here, Billy, is 104th has been very, very aggressive.
My guess is we see one Phoenix shot early here.
You think we're going to see Phoenixes come in early?
Yeah, I think
Cougar,
so.
Cougar disconnected, so I've got to grab him. Where is? Yeah, I'm going to grab his streams. We're going to fix him. We'll grab Cougar. He's going to take off a little bit late. I'm going to allow him to take off just late, because this is a friendly, and I want to get him in the air. So
yeah, I think that's fair.
We're going to get him.
Considering it's not affecting the stand-ins, why not?
Yeah. So these guys are taking off and getting ready. Well, they're not taking off. They're already in the air, but separation between the two teams is now down to 96 miles. So Cougar's going to have some time to make up. Raya Gorian, thank you for reminding me about that. I'm glad we could get that fixed. I need to figure out a way that I can manually adjust those, and I need to adjust the cameras so that the F4 view, or the control F4 view, defaults to that specific position. I'd really need to set the cameras to that. Separation between the two teams is now down to under 80 nautical miles. So fights are about ready to get going.
J11s from number 15 look like they are approaching directly in towards the Koshov area over there. Are at high altitude though. They're going to play this smart and take that first initial engagement with a little bit of.
They got to get low though, because you stay up there too long, that Phoenix is going to eat your lunch.
Yep, absolutely.
He's going to take your lunch money, then eat your lunch, and then push you down.
Now, does the J11 radar show any indication that missile launch has occurred from not in an RWR sense, but I know like the 14s can generally see the Phoenix launches on the radar.
No.
That radar is not picking that up, so those guys aren't seeing that.
Our F-15 is the only one that can see it. I don't think that's
aside
how
from
it
the other
should be.
F-14s, right?
Yeah, I don't think it should be that way, but I don't know. But no other aircraft can see Phoenixes in the air.
Yep.
We weren't very loud coming into this in round one, but we're going to crank up the volume here a little bit. We're going to get excited. This thing is about ready to get going. Teams are now 40 nautical miles apart, and two Phoenixes coming off from night. So let's ride along with those. Here's one of them, climbing through 53,000 feet, probably going to climb to around 60,000 feet, and then start.
It seems like Vertical Charlie definitely got the heads up on that one. He is already dropping altitude and heading back northeast.
Well, you can see him.
Yep.
And if he was locked up in STT, it's definitely a possibility that he knew that thing was coming.
My guess with how quick succession those shots were is they were a Twiz shot.
Well, that and Vertical Charlie was also out in his own, so he may not have known it was coming. He may not have known it was coming. but he could be turning around just to rejoin with his companions that are further behind, 10 miles in trail. But 3 Phoenixes in the air.
And they're definitely coming in, but it doesn't look like they're going to be a factor.
No. Separation between the two teams is now down to 20 nautical miles. Skinner unleashes an ER and then starts to dive away. He's over Mach 1. Diesel, you could very well be right. They could be ghost Phoenixes where the real ones may be tracking, but we're just seeing, they're all on vertical Charlie. Interesting.
They still had a little bit of speed going. I mean, he's starting to turn in. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
That was an ambitious aim 9, but if Skinner would have stayed hot, that aim 9 would have poked him in the face, and he'd be dead. So be aware, guys. Long-range aim 9s next to impossible to see, and they still hurt, even though they're slow. When they get to you, they definitely can still make your wings disappear.
Last aim 54 out on Drona. They are.
He's already cold. He's already cold. I don't think that's going to be a factor. So
I tend to agree there.
Aim 54s are a non-factor, but Fallen is in a really, really good position coming in here against, is that Drona?
Yeah, no, Skinner.
Skinner, I think this is it for Skinner. Fallen's just in a great position coming in here from high to low. He may be able to force the merge, but Skinner recommits and just flies headlong. Oh, man! Did he get around those? He almost took down Fallen.
He did.
I don't think he flared. It was just the 73. Fallen was so fast, the 73 didn't have the energy or the available G to be able to turn with him. Roundabout, yeah. It's an out there livery, out there. But Skinner is the first casualty. We have 3 guys remaining. Cougar, Vertical Charlie, and Drona, and still 4 remaining for 104th. 104th Knight is leading the way in his F-14. Watch him ingress. That is not the right button. He only has aim 7s left. No decoys. And Knight is just chasing down these guys. He's at 860 knots ground speed. He's got an ER coming on him from Cougar, so he's starting to break away. He's over Mach 1, so we're not going to hear him. He's breaking away high to low. That ER is not going to be able to track him through that. That missile's trashed.
Does it appear as if we have Mogas in the rear, maybe working as a little bit of a GCI capacity there? With that Rio, maybe kind of calling the shots up front with the 3v3 there.
Possibly. Multiple 120s coming from Spade onto Vertical Charlie. Does Vertical Charlie have any idea those are coming? They're from an F-15, so he's not going to get the warning till late. There's the pitbull warning. Again, look at the altitude difference from 104th against number 15. There goes one of the missiles hitting in the water. And Vertical Charlie's not going to have a problem getting away from those 120s. He defends early enough and aggressive enough. He's just going to be able to outdistance him.
Knight gets clipped by an ET.
I missed that one. So now we're down to a 3v3 in this engagement. ER and ET coming from Drona onto Spade. Spade goes onto the defensive. There's the flares. You gotta assume that when you get launched on by that ET, especially if you see multiple launches, that at least one of those is going to be an ET. So wise on Spade to do that, though. When you stay in gate and drop flares, it's probably not going to do a whole lot. But I like the positioning from number 15 as opposed to 104. Number 15 is together, and if they press together on Fallen, they're going to be in a much more advantageous position, though they don't have the altitude against 104.
They've slowly bent backwards too towards their base, which does favor them in this whole thing, as they've kind of just allowed 104th to kind of just push and push and push, and they've just kind of been rolling back as that push comes.
Oh, don't turn cold there! Oh no! Even though I think both of those are going to go into the ground. Well, he had him. Recommit. So Fallen's missile's going to go into the water, and number 15 is in a really good position to come in here. And Fallen's got an ER coming in on. He's able to notch it, puts a 120B out, and he's going to have a really, really good position and press position against this number 15 guy in front of him. Can't tell who it is. He gets taken down, and Spade gets taken down simultaneously by Kruger. So now what is it, a 2v2? 2v2.
Yeah, Fallen and Drona.
Fallen's in a really, really bad position.
He's sandwiched right now. Mogas puts out an aim 7 on Kruger, though.
Yeah, and Fallen's
But he's
dead.
cold. Fallen is in trouble. So now it's left up to Mogas.
Now it's
which
a 2v1.
I believe only 7s on board remaining. Only one of those is active.
There goes an aim
Or
7. That
semi-active,
may have the
rather, but-
juice to run him down.
Now the problem is Drona's coming back in on him now while he's locked
Yeah,
in, and Drona's
and the
putting
amount
a
of
little more
energy-
hurt on him.
Well, no, Blaze got popped by multiple missiles coming from Drona. So well flown. Well
Yeah,
flown by
flown
number
by-
15.
Indeed.
Well done. The biggest issue that I see there coming from 104th is they didn't fly together. They were just kind of all
Well, they came out and they were pretty
all over the
aggressive.
place. Yeah, they were aggressive, but we saw how far Mogas was back from everybody. Like
Yep.
everybody was so spread out, and then when they were pressing into the number 15 front, they were doing so one at a time. And when you do that,
Yep.
you're not gonna, nothing good's gonna come of it. See if they make him RTB. Some news follows here from Splitch, McLaren, Matt TRF, Rodover, and Precision. Much appreciated. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Fallen and Mogas say no, lol, no on the RTB. So we're going to get things reset. I'm going to send you guys to a fan video while we get stuff ready to go again. Mogas says they're doing Rio training. So that kind of makes sense to why they were so far back. But we're going to get things reset for another round. And we'll be right back with more Seital action. The 104th and number 15 friendly coming up in just a minute.
Sleep now under my skin, make sure and try to conjure them and ease my mind. Somebody go up to your brother. He's calling out your name. Oh, hiding under the covers with no one else to blame. Oh, you couldn't approach your own neighbor. You couldn't tell it to his face. You were fucked up by the blame. You carry the code. Can't fight it for them. Let it you carry the code. Can't fight it for them. Let it pass. to your brother. He's calling out your name. Oh, hiding under the covers with no one else to blame. Oh, you couldn't help out your own neighbor. You couldn't tell it to his face. You were fucked up by the blame. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with more SATEL action in this friendly between number 15 and 104th. Number 15 took this one early. 104th claims they're just putting people in new positions. Bill, you buy that? I do.
I do.
They still lost. They still
I think
lost.
it's a good opportunity to get some training in right there. Get
It
some new guys into the pit who don't normally see the competitive look.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's very beneficial. Yep.
If you have the opportunity to put people into an environment which is more competitive and to get the experience without it impacting anything, I think it's definitely something you should do. So, kudos if they're actually doing that. They still lost, but it's not a big deal. I'm just giving them a hard time.
If they learned, did they really lose though? If you learn, do you really lose? It is.
I don't know. Yeah, I think the training and the learning that can be done in these friendlies is much more beneficial than caring about the win or the loss. I think that's the more important thing. So we're gonna jump into the sim, see what these guys are doing. The guys we're gonna be riding along with are Spade in his F15, Knight and his Rio in the F14, and Stooge and his Rio in another F14. So more action coming at you. Let's jump into the sim and see how these guys get on. Here we go. Billy, how you think this one's gonna go?
Let's see. With everything we know now, I think we'd be curious to see what we get out of the F14s in this whole thing. I think it's going to kind of dictate the action as it did for the most part in that last one. Those initial twist shots kind of sent everybody packing towards the north and kind of pushed the whole thing back. So, will the aggressive play on the part of 104th be there? I would assume so. I think they're going to continue to bring it in like they usually do.
Yeah.
So
I think the twist, the 104th, or not the 104th, the 54 shots, the Phoenix shots that happened, though they did force Vertical Charlie to come back, I think it brought number 15 closer together. It, not in a morale sense, but it allowed their pilots to reconvene on top of one another, which I think is the reason they won. I mean, 104th was committing into these fights lacklusterly, one at a time, and each time they did it, they got multi-sorted, and you can only sort on one when they're separated by that point, by that much. Like, who was it? Fallen getting taken down by Drone off to the left when he was coming in against somebody from number 15. You can only sort on one of them when the other guy's so far over. So when you get multi-sorted and they're that close, there's really no getting out of it unless you have a wingman. And in none of those situations did anyone have a wingman, so they all died. But kudos to them for taking down two of the number 15 guys with them. So let's check on chat real quick. They figured out what the song was. Toppy Dopey says the new microsim flight sim is going to have a 1-to-1 scaling of the Earth is kind of too much, don't you think? I think it's fucking awesome.
No. Yeah, total opposite of that. Whatever the total complete opposite of that is how I feel about that, because I am extremely excited. It is very nice to have a close to 1-to-1 representation. It looks amazing. I'm super stoked on.
It is. We were just talking about this in the first stream, Topi, where you, I don't think you were here, but if they allow others to utilize that technology, I think it's going to be it's going to be a really cool thing. I mean, DCS, they're working on Vulcan. I mean, maybe that's too much in a combat flights environment to be able to fly anywhere. There's probably going to be some limitations, Merlin, that we probably haven't seen yet.
Yep.
But,
especially in the networking aspect of things, when people are flying together and that type of thing.
We'll have to see. So, Toppy, there's going to be some gun kills that are going to come up. We're going to launch a BFM League that's going to start next year. So after January, we're going to launch a BFM League. If you want to go back and watch Fight for Honor just ended last weekend. We went through like, I don't know, 80 matches or something during that tournament. Not all of them are streamed, but if you want some BFM action, Mover and I and Stooge the second day of the first week, we all go through and we do some commentary on that stuff. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So, how about always linking the address for the fan vids when you play one? I'm sure the makers, Mr. Wispy, yeah, I do want to do that. I just don't. It's a lot of work to be able to do that. If the mods could be able to help with that, I'm all for all of that. It's just I'm one guy in a basement, and it's a lot of work to be able to do that. I want to give them credit. It's just a lot of work to make it happen. I by no means am going to take credit for any of it. And I think the community knows it well enough that, or knows the videos well enough, they know who did them. All right, so 104th looks like they're ready, and their F-14s and 2 F-15s. Is number 15 ready? 104 says they're ready. Merlin, do you think number 15 is going to be able to take round 2?
I mean, they certainly showed they're capable in the first round. Considering the situation, it's certainly possible.
So the fight's on. The go-go-go's have been given, and we are underway here in this second round matchup of the friendly between number 15 and 104th Phoenix, which number 15 leads 1-0. If they win here, they close it out with a W, with a victory, V for victory. I don't know that they're going to be able to do it. I think we're going to see a different approach from 104th coming in here. That's my feeling, at least. But enough about me. Let's listen to these guys ingress. We got some awesome engine sounds coming. So let's listen to these guys ingress for a bit as these guys get a little bit closer to round 2 and the missiles coming off the wings. Here we go. Camera, you are failing me. You are failing me. But anyway, let's jump back into the commentary here and see what these guys are going to be able to do. So number 15's taking a really kind of funky approach and going towards Fujara. You think they're going to try and make this a mountain fight against the Phoenix? It's what it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, those mountains certainly aren't nearly as high of the elevation as the ones at the end of the peninsula are. They still do offer a little bit of protection nonetheless.
I mean, they're definitely going to help against the Phoenix, right? They're going to...
Yeah, at the very
that's
least, the
going to
Phoenix,
be a thing. That's going to be a thing.
Not going to hide too much, but the Phoenix is going to at least have
No,
something to
you
run
may
into.
be able to line of sight it. I mean, you're going to cause some problems. I mean, maybe a little bit if they're able to get into the high enough hills. It's the Phoenix is going to come in from like 60,000 feet, so maybe not. Thank you to Navy Dot for dropping the $5 donation. Says, thanks for your hard work in making DCS a better flight sim for all of us. Bravo, Sulu. Dude, this is all about just making the community better. It's about expanding the community, bringing DCS to more people, and giving people something to do that is not necessarily just flying the airplanes. I mean, we can all come together. We can all chat and experience these fights and stuff together and live the experiences. That's what this is all about. And this isn't just me. You know, there's a lot of people that help with this. So kudos to everybody that makes all of this a thing. And really, this is a good time to say and shout out to all of our main sponsors, Foxmount, Buddy Fox, TacView, and Wild Weasel. It's the contributions that all of them have made to be able to make this come true is really it's without our sponsors, it wouldn't be a thing. We'll go through and talk about what each one does. But TacView, if you guys aren't familiar with TacView, the ability to go back and go through your briefs and debriefs and look at how you did during a flight, and then you could use it real life aviation is awesome. Buddy Fox with their A10 UFC, it's a phenomenal piece of kit made by Noki engineers. Foxmount, Fox with his mounts, it's just they're awesome, and they're so much cheaper than Monster Techs. They're in a league of their own. And then Wild Weasel, if you guys are ever in the need for aviation apparel or combat aviation apparel, my man Merlin's Wild Weasel apparel is the place to get it. He does some good stuff. And then finally, you've got Thrustmaster, Eagle Dynamics, and Heatblur. So Heatblur with the F-14 and their financial contributions to making SATAL what it is. Eagle Dynamics and their fantastic sim and their module donations. They're awesome, and thank you, Eagle Dynamics, for your contributions in modules. That was hugely helpful. Evan Weeks, I'm not downplaying Monster Tech. They make awesome stuff. I'm just saying here in the States, it's kind of expensive to get their stuff. And then Thrustmaster really single-handedly putting SATAL on the map with like $5,000 worth of pricing. There's a lot of stuff. If you guys aren't familiar with everything they got going, you can check on the SATAL thread and see what everybody has up for grabs for the winners. But these guys are coming together, so let's change up the music. They are 26 miles separated, coming in at around Mach 1.5, and they are moving. And 104th is much, much closer together. And Merlin, again, that one F-14 is so much further back. But what I do like is they're saving those Phoenixes. They're not launching them early.
Nope, that's true. The one out from night.
I guess I missed that. Can you tell who it's on yet?
It's either going to be Vertical Charlie or Cougar. But boy, are they moving quick. What's the altitude on that? Do they know about it yet? That looks like a twist shot.
It's coming through 50,000 feet. It's on one of the trailers.
Now. Yeah,
I don't think that's going to be a factor. But I do like that it forces number 15 defensive.
Yeah, everybody's now split up.
And it's allowing number 104 to keep the pressure on. I like that they're not just turning cold and, speculating that there's a 120 in the air. They have enough confidence that they can see those missiles, though we do see Cougar recommitting here. We do see him pretty high. He's at 15,000 feet recommitting, and he's going to be in a world of trouble against Fallen. Fallen sees him. Does Fallen know that's an ET coming? Fallen's flaring. He puts a 120 out at Cougar. Cougar's in trouble. Cougar is going to have
Fallen evade.
problems getting away from that. I didn't think Fallen would have any problems getting away from that ET. He flared it. He had enough energy. Where is Cougar with that missile? Oh, there's Cougar. So that 120 is not going to catch Cougar. There goes the second one. I don't think that's going to catch him either. Is that Cougar
ER out
after
on
him?
speed.
Maybe that's not on Cougar. No, Cougar's dead. Cougar's going to die here. There goes the second one.
No, that was
And he
vertical
gets
Charlie.
popped. Oh, it was vertical Charlie. So Cougar got
Yep.
out. Why would he press there? Why go there? But now Fallen's in trouble as Cougar recommits. Does Cougar see him? Cougar's in a really good position as long as he sees him. He's got him, I'm assuming, in vertical scan. Where's the R-70? It's an ET that came out. And Fallen, this is it for Fallen. Fallen doesn't see that coming. Or
Oh, no.
What?
He
What?
evades.
what just happened?
Nope, I'm not sure.
He didn't flare that. There goes the 73. Fallen's in a world of trouble. Fallen dies. What?
No.
What? What just happened?
And then Spade coming in with a 7.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm
Cougar
not sure
had
that.
that one. Cougar had that in the bag, and then somehow neither of his missiles tracked. Now Knight has an R-77 coming on him, an AIM-9M coming in on Cougar.
And a 120 in there, too.
Knight line of sights that R-77. Cougar gets taken down by that AIM-120, and now Knight has another R-77 coming in on him, and Knight gets popped by that R-77.
He's still, still showing him up.
Yeah, but I think he's going to die, because here comes the 73. He's going to get taken down,
Yeah. Yeah, there's.
or not.
73 pad.
That didn't hit him, so that's interesting. But we're down to... Drone is the only one remaining for number 15. They died really quickly. So now Knight's got two 73s coming in on him. Now Drone has got to defend these 120s, and he's too high. And there's the 120. He just gets taken down. What happened there?
I'm not sure.
There was some interesting stuff. Some tomfoolery happened there. But 104 takes that one pretty commandingly, did it? They only lost one. Fallen was the only one.
seemed
No.
to come out.
Who was the only one that went down for 104?
Was it
Knight.
Spit?
Knight went down.
Knight.
Knight went down. So, Jumper says he did all the right moves, though. I'll give that to Fallen. Yeah, but he didn't... Those missiles, like the ET, just kind of gave up. I don't know. He hadn't even really
I was in
flared.
F10, so I couldn't.
And it didn't even try and chase him. And the R-73 just... That should have killed him. And it didn't... I don't know what happened. Something happened.
It did that thing on my end where I'm in F10 and it just looked like it was, where it does that spin move where it looks like he's vertical notching real quick, but it seemed to do it like 2 or 3 times. I don't really know what was going on.
That was interesting. Kanto, the ET looked like it tracked off the rail and then turned, at least what I saw, but that was just me. So what we're going to do, I'm going to reset, so you guys are going to go back to another fan video. We're going to reset the server, come up for round 3. And this is... We don't go to round 3s very often, but this is the deciding round, winner take all, between the friendly of 104th and number 15. More SATEL action coming at you in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got some stuff that we need to talk about before we jump in here. But so you guys don't have to look at my face. Let's look at what these guys have got going on, since we're all tied up going into round 3. So let's jump into the server, see how these guys are getting on. And I got some stuff that I want to talk about real quick. So one, we talked about this earlier. DCS World Events is in serious need of moderators for Twitch. You think you're around all the time and you want to be a mod, send me a message either on Twitch or Discord, and we can see if we can make something happen. But I'd like to see people that have been around for a while and that are vocalized in chat that maybe the Twitch community, at least here on DCS World Events, would know. So if you have any idea about what you'd like to do, or if you want to be a mod, please, please, please send us a message, because we are in desperate need of moderators. But here we go. This is round 3, tied up 1 apiece between number 15 Battle Axes and 104 Phoenix. Billy, do you give the edge to either of these guys coming into this? I kind of give the edge right now to 104th.
They got the momentum. I feel like they really came out. They wanted that last one. They really put the screws to number 15. So I'm going to give them the edge again. You know, I think the surprising victory was that first round. Might be the anomaly in this whole thing, but you never know. Number 15 may come out and swing big here and get a hit, so you can't count that out either.
What do you think number 15 needs to do, given how they performed in round 2, to come out on top here?
Difficult to say. I think, continuing to use the terrain to their advantage has seemingly been working for them. So I would stick to doing that. Really, I think the big thing here is not overcommitting until maybe those Phoenixes are out the gate. Trying to drag things out as long as you can. I think with them, it's probably your best bet. Force them to make, mistakes, because they are not getting anything from the aggression they're trying to put forth.
Well, the biggest thing that I saw them, really have problems with in round 2 was they got engaged by much higher 104th combatants, and I don't think, like when Cougar was engaging Fallen, he didn't use the right weapon. If he would have used an ER, Fallen would have died. Because he didn't have, or an R77, Fallen wouldn't have died. Because he wouldn't have been able to flare it, he wouldn't have been able to stay hot, he would have had to turn cold if he didn't want to die. And it would have allowed Cougar, after defeating that missile, if he even really needed to do anything, because the 120 bleeds energy really fast, and he would have already been low, he would have been able to keep the press on, instead of turning around, having Vertical Charlie get killed, and then coming in against Fallen and then not be able to kill him. I mean, Fallen, in my view, should have died there. I mean, the ET in a low to high engagement like that, when you're that close, I don't feel is the correct missile of choice. The ER or the 77 would have been a better missile to fire at a high flying bandit, because he can't get low enough to notch it. He can't flare it. His shaft's going to do jack diddly. You're already below him, so a vertical notch really isn't going to do anything. So I really would have liked to see that be a radar-guided missile instead of IR-guided. The altitude, again, I think was really what killed them. It was... They just kept not being able to sort these high flyers while simultaneously being low, and once you're trying to defend a guy that's shooting at you from high, his missile has more energy than yours, at least in DCS. He's got better situational awareness than you do, and it's just really hard unless you have a wingman to be able to come back. All right, so we're waiting on the Tomcat right now. Number 15 has said they're ready. 104th, obviously, with the Tomcats is not ready, so we're just waiting on them to get up and rolling so we can get this underway. A couple more follows. Cersei and Areolus, thank you for the follows. Navy Doc, again, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Mel, I missed your 20 viewer host. Much appreciated, brother. And Sabaku, thank you for your rate of 6. Sorry for missing those earlier, guys. Sometimes I get caught up in the moment. Merlin, what do you think 104th could do better? I still think they're not utilizing those Phoenixes to the best of their abilities. They're still shooting from too far away. Where if they waited, those Phoenixes could be damn well guaranteed kills if they launch late enough.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more composure there, a little bit more pressing without shooting.
Yeah. Still waiting on the Tomcats. I don't really think that the J11, the Red 4 versus Blue 4 has really played any factor coming in this with Data Link, and I think the situational awareness that the 104th has had flying high enough has been more than enough to combat the Data Link that's been offered by the J11s. Chat, what do you think? How do you think this one's going to go? You think number 15 has it in him to come back? Or do we think number 15, or you think 104th has it to, by J11 I meant number 15. Or we think 104 is going to carry on after round 2 and shut him out in round 3? I mean, the round 2 was pretty commandingly done by 104. They only lost one guy. Number 15 lost 2 in round 1, so it wasn't all that bad. Trapetti, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Well, Imagination to Form, this is the perfect place to learn. If you got questions, brother, ask away. A lot of the guys in chat have been flying for a long, long time. So if you got questions, this is a pretty good place to get them answered.
Certainly, definitely a good place for that. I know just myself, when I started watching Zaytal, I had maybe been doing DCS for like a month, if that, a couple weeks. And just the amount I've learned from not only watching, but now participating in it. And really, at the end of the day, at its core, watching a lot of combat on here. And you really do pick up a lot just from watching. You know, there's something to be said for that. So, you know, the context of the conversations and a lot of the stuff we discuss, you know, and the general chat in the on the side there has a lot of great information for people who've been doing this for a while, as Moltar was saying. So just another reason to tune in every Saturday. Not always entertaining, but you can learn. And something to point out too is you were talking about before when it comes to donating and doing this and ways you can help the channel. And even I'll make the point, ways you can just help DCS in general is, you know, tell somebody about it. Tell somebody who you think might be interested in it that's not currently watching it or doesn't have that on their radar. Because I think a lot of people just don't know this stuff exists, as you kind of alluded to earlier. And the more people you can expose to it, you know, the more things grow and the better things become for everybody at the end of the day.
Well, the biggest resource that you guys need to be using is YouTube. YouTube is huge for people explaining how a lot of this stuff works. And there's a lot of older videos that go over the flanker and the F-15 and the MiG that are still very valid and will give you all your needed information even in today's sim. So even if they're like 10 years old, they're still really good videos. There's a lot of really good stuff that provides a lot of really good information.
There's just a lot of good YouTube DCS content these days.
Yeah.
I know that myself.
Yeah.
Just a lot of guys putting out a lot of good stuff.
Retro Ralph, we are waiting on the Tomcats to align. Looks like Fallen's given the already. So we're going to do the fights on and the go, go, go. So round 3 is now underway. It's like Retro Ralph predicted that it was going to go down. But we are now underway in this round 3. We can see the turkey feathers coming together as these J11s depart here from Bandar. 104th is going to be coming out from Al Ain, and we are underway in this round 3, number 15 against 104th in this friendly best of 3 that is currently tied at 1 apiece. Yeah, Ralph, what's up with you, man? You don't like Runway Simulator? I mean, Arma's running simulator, right? DCS is Runway Simulator or Waiting Simulator. You wait for everything.
Pretty much.
Billy, did you have a turning point that really things started to click for you in DCS? Where you just went, man, I finally get it. Like I'm at a point now where I'm more often able to kill people than die.
Yeah, no, certainly. I think that point comes for everybody. And I think the more, you know, you really, at the end of the day...
But I guess more specifically, do you know when that point was?
I mean, specifically off the top of my head, no. It was a few months after getting into it, and more specifically, probably I should say a few months after getting into the PvP aspect. Because I had that I think there's having that moment against the AI, and then there's having that moment when you're fighting against people. And I think those are two very different things that are similar at the end of the day, right? I think fighting, going against people, it takes longer. You got to kind of get your head kicked in a few times to really kind of see it the way you need to, especially if you don't have someone there kind of guiding you through it, explaining it or showing things out. You really kind of got to see it from a lot of different angles. Right. To get that, to make that click happen, So I think, as far as going against the AI, it was a few months, maybe 2-3 months after getting into DCS. But as far as like the PvP thing, it was a bit longer after that, because I didn't get into PvP necessarily right away. I really tried to learn how to fight the AI, and then started really diving into the PvP stuff. And even at that, it's taken a couple of months to really kind of figure out the patterns and the behavior of people on there in comparison to the AI. And right. In the process of that, you're going to get shot down a lot of times. Especially me, when I first started out doing PvP, it was in the Hornet, which is basically like the 16 right now, with no IFF, no data link, none of that. So there's a lot of learning lessons and growing pains through that type of thing when you're figuring all that stuff out. So I think for speaking to the newer people, the biggest thing, especially with the PvP, is just have patience and have that ability to like forget about the fact that you just got shot down and be more excited to go start the thing back up again. Yeah. Because if you can train your brain to do that, at the end of the day, it's beneficial, because if you're going to get shot down a lot, and the more you can deal with it, the better off you'll be.
I think my turning point was I kind of took a weird approach to it. So I started the sim in the A10. I think I turned into a pretty good A10 pilot, and my turning point was, at least for air-to-air combat, came when I was getting into engagements in the A10 on Blue Flag, air-to-air wise, and I was able to shoot people down. And the ability to do that in the A10 and not have sensors or anything to be able to rely on, and have to use your Mark II eyeballs to be able to do it, I think gave me a pretty good understanding of what I should be doing in the actual air-to-air fighters and the air-to-air superiority fighters coming into it, and not having to rely on the sensors and being able to actually see and know what to do, because when you're in the A10, you're at such a energy and sensor disadvantage than the people that are trying to kill you. If you're able to kill people in the A10, but when you get into something more formidable, it's
makes life easy. Yep. And I definitely think, one of the most fun moments you have in ECS is when you get one of those kills that you have no business getting. Like when you really work hard, like in the A10, when you go up against an airframe that's got a whole lot more working for it in that in the fighting aspect of things, and you're able to steal that kill out of it because you're using all of those senses and things are kind of coming together for you. Yeah, there's something to be said about that. Definitely some of the more fun moments in DCS, right?
Come on, increase your airspeed. I'm trying to match the camera within these. Just kind of, there we go. Just watching these guys ingress as we get underway in round 3. I'm going to shut up and let you guys enjoy the sounds as we get closer to round 3 kicking off. And this is going to be the last round before we shut the stream down. So let's strap on our belts. And real quick, let's talk about anybody that's new. If you guys are just joining us on the stream, looks like a couple people are leaving us. But if you're just joining us on the stream, make sure you check out the multicam. You can do !cam to get the links for all the multicams. We've got dedicated cameras on 3 of the combatants here in the matchup today that we're doing for testing. So you can see my main stream, and then you've got dedicated cameras coming from the for dedicated pilots or dedicated points of view. They're not pilot cams, they're points of view that you're able to see. So the cam command evidently I think is a little delayed. I don't know why it's doing that, but just be patient a little bit. It'll catch up, hopefully. If it doesn't, I will link it in chat here in just a second as these guys get a little closer. But I'm going to turn up the volume, and we are going to watch these guys ingress, and we'll pick it back up as they're about 25 to 30 nautical miles apart. Not entirely sure why my cameras are spinning like they are, but you know, they are. First missiles coming out off the rails, coming from number 15 Vertical Charlie and Cougar onto Spade and Fallen. Is it still spinning? Why you do this? All right, we fixed it. I don't know why it was doing that. Sometimes I love computers when you push buttons enough and somehow it fixes a stuck key. I have no idea how that happens. Mr. Migmaster, yes, this is a scrimmage. Well, it's a friendly. 36 was supposed to fly against both these teams, but they didn't have enough pilots for either one of the matches, so we deemed it appropriate that both of these guys could just fly against each other, so it's just a friendly. ER coming in against Fallen. Is he diving? That ER, you gotta be careful, Fallen. Oh, barely missed him. We saw it come by in the lower portions of the screen.
Looks like number 15 now. 54 pushing everybody. Oh, nope. Those two now heading in hot.
I like this teamwork going by number 15. They're in a much more organized position than they have been in rounds 1 and 2.
What's that ER coming out of?
That's a long ER. How far is that? It came out of drone.
I thought it was at a friendly for a second, but
dude, but it got Spade to turn around.
Yeah.
So you got to give it to him there. But the AIM 54, look at its energy state. I mean, it's under 1,000 knots. It's trying to chase Vertical Charlie. It's just not.
It's just pissing him off in his headset.
Not going to happen.
Point.
But look at these long-range ERs. This is just.
Yeah, a lot of those coming out right now.
I know. AIM 54 coming from Fallen. This is something that I think needs to change, though. You should not be able to launch and then just immediately turn around and have the AIM 54 just immediately stay on the Bandit through TWS and stuff. If you launch and then turn around, if you're outside like 10 nautical miles, that should not work. But
yeah,
Skinner,
the data link's got to be
Skinner's in trouble.
To that
Skinner's in a bit of a pickle.
Maybe on him. Yep. That's going to get him.
There it is.
Nope.
And it missed him.
Did it?
Phoenix fails for life. Oh, no, he died.
Oh,
he did.
He's dead.
Skinner dead.
Desync. It'd be real.
He fooled us. It got us. You silly Phoenix. Oh, man. I don't think it actually killed him, but him defending, he just flew into the water.
Oh, yeah, that'll
We'll
do
give
it.
the Phoenix that kill. We'll give the Phoenix that one. But 4 pilots remaining.
For the Phoenix.
Is that a Mark 60? Yeah, it was. The chat's saying that was a Mark 60, so that shouldn't have been the case. I was wondering why it was so fast. But, so number 15 wins the friendly on the back of the technicality, but it is a friendly, so it's not a huge deal. ER coming from Vertical Charlie, followed by an ET on the same contact. 120 coming from Spade. Don't think that's going to pose any threat on anyone, but everybody's still pretty high coming in here. Oh, I say that, and that 120, dude, you got to defend. Oh, he line of sighted it. Okay. Like, Cougar, you know better than to not defend. But that ET is not going to chase Fallen. That got flared. And Fallen responds with the 120, and Cougar. What was that by Cougar?
What just happened there?
What just happened?
Now he's spinning the other. He's got to be damaged or something.
They're both dead.
Okay. Yeah.
Man,
I was gonna say that was.
What was that? What? That was pretty cool, but I don't know how that 120. Maybe it was an AIM-9. It was probably an AIM-9. I thought it was 120.
There had to be 3 or 4 missiles out between the two of them in the space of about a mile and a half. So
that was crazy. Let's get some better tunes on here.
Drona now got a whole litany of missiles. The entire NATO buffet there of
There's
missiles.
Another Mark 60 coming from Stooge. So Stooge is like, I've had enough of these lackluster Mark 47s. I'm bringing the big boys to the fight. AIM-9 coming out from Knight, followed by an AIM-7, and Vertical Charlie just has all the things coming after him. And if we watch the AIM-54, Vertical Charlie did kill somebody. Is he going to be able to get away from that AIM-7? No. So we're down to a 2v1 as Vertical Charlie gets popped by...
And Drona is pretty much about to be done by this AIM-54. Yep. And that's all she wrote.
So if that was a Mark 47, that wouldn't have been a kill. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the difference between the Mark 47 and the Mark 60. Mark 60 OP, please nerf.
There's certainly a significant difference there. You could definitely see that in the top down following those missiles today. I looked up just now and I was like, holy shit, that thing's still moving.
Yeah, that was Umkanto says Mark 60 big dick missile.
It's got that big dick energy.
It does.
Unquestionable.
It does.
Unquestionable,
unfathomable, unquenchable big dick energy that thing has.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So that
Stooge
was.
says, "Oops, I had no idea." Yeah, Stooge, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing with your big dick energy coming out here with the Mark 60? Whatever, but well flown by number 15. I say that if they didn't have the Mark 60, that number 15 I think had that one. I'm calling it right now.
Shaping up that way.
That
Two
was
of the
2
more
kills.
crucial kills.
Two kills on a Mark 60. So, I mean, one of them he had to defend it.
A good display of that. I mean, for learning purposes, which is I think what a lot of this second match today was ended up being about. That was a very illustrative display for everybody sitting there at home. If you can take the Mark 60, throw that sucker on there because it's going to do some damage. There's no doubt about it.
So the Mark 60 traditionally is not allowed. Stooge didn't mean to take it, but it's a scrim, so it's friendly, so it really doesn't matter.
Just for funsies, guys. Just for funsies.
Sense. In the actual league, if they would have done that, they would have immediately lost the round. So, but since it's a friendly, it's not a big deal. I'm not going to make them refly it. It is what it is. These guys are just out here learning and having a good time. So, what have you? Mark 60 or no Mark 60. The round is over. The match is over. And I think if number 15 again, if that was Mark 47s, they probably would have won. So, Chinnis, there is a list. If you go check out the ED forums, the SATAL section, or the SATAL thread, it'll tell you what's allowed and disallowed, and, everything about the tournament and all that stuff. So check out the tournament section on ED forums, and everything is there. But that's it, Billy. That's all I got. We've been streaming all morning. I'm gonna jump back to the studio where you guys can see my face. Uh-oh, these guys are trying to kill each other. But that's all I got. Couple good matches. InSky takes it over JG78 I don't think they took a loss. But It is what it is. Fallen says the Mark 60 isn't that bad. Same guidance as the Mark 47, just more burn. But Fallen, that is what, that's what allows people to defeat the Mark 47 is not having enough burn time. The Mark 60
just the speed at distance.
That's what sets it
where
apart.
that other one's falling off already. That thing's still cooking with a bit of gas, and I mean, and it's definitely the motor. That's the big difference there. It's not as if it thinks any differently. Or anything
I'm not saying it's like it's an OP missile. It's just I don't think it has a place in competitive play. So, Billy, that's all I got. I'm gonna get these guys set up to go to a different channel. We're gonna raid somebody. It's probably gonna be Maverick. Let's see who we got.
Oh, Maverick.
It is gonna be Maverick. So we're gonna send everybody to Maverick. If you guys want to hang out for the raid, it is coming. But that's all I've got. A couple awesome matches. Nuttin Sky takes it over JG7820, and then we had the friendly here after the 36 forfeits. Friendly between number 15 and 104th. That 104th took in a questionable way with the Mark 60. 2 rounds to 1. So next week we have UVAF against Chinese Festival. That will be a good one. And then we have RVE versus TAW. That will also be a good one. So big time matchups coming in Diamond League next week. And then in Gold League, we have Paddle Pushers versus BSW. That will be solid. And In Sky versus Pan Squadron. That one could also be, well, that's the following week. So Paddle Pushers versus BSW. I'll probably replay the Paddle Pushers versus BSW at a later time. But for the time being, guys, that's all I got. We're going to raid Maverick coming in here. So if you guys want to check him out, I'm going to send you over there. But it's a pleasure, as always, Merlin. Always happy to be here with you on the weekends.
Indeed.
And that's all I got, brother. Anything for you?
Yeah. Just good luck to everybody flying Joint Warrior tomorrow with or against. I'm looking forward to that one, and should be a good time. So good luck, and everybody have a good week. I'll catch you guys on the next one.
All right, guys. Go say hi to Maverick. Have fun. Until next weekend, we'll all be doing some streams during the week. We'll do some more Growling Sidewinder stuff. But until next time, guys, I'm your host, Moltar. Have a good one, and fly safe. See you later.
See you. We are good.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, man.